gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day,
Carrie's eating his breakfast.
Sorry.
And in 1980, AC/DC released their sixth internationally released studio album, Back in Black, the first album without Bon Scott.
Was that song on Back in Black?
It was indeed.
Huh, okay.
It is the second highest selling album of all time.
A couple of interesting things about that song, Back in Black. In 1984, the Beastie Boys sampled Back in Black without permission for their song Rock Hard. In 1999, when they wished to include it on an upcoming CD compilation release, they sought permission from AC/DC, but AC/DC said, nope, not going to let you do it. Mike D. of the Beastie Boys quoted Malcolm Young's reason for refusing as, nothing against you guys, we just don't endorse sampling. Also of interest, 2 live versions of the song are available, and it has also been covered by Living Colour and Shakira.
really,
Also, Trombone Shorty recorded
Yay.
it for the New Orleans Jazz Festival. But I just can't feature Shakira
You can't picture it?
doing Back in Black. I can't figure what that would be like.
well, let's see.
Living Colour, sure, but
It's live. It's a live recording.
the song was meant to be, by the way, a tribute to the recently deceased
Bon Scott.
Bon Scott.
Hang on.
I was waiting for you to say if it's the second best-selling album of all time, what's the first?
I was going to ask.
Thriller.
Thriller.
This is
Oh,
What?
no, it's not good.
well, let her get into it.
This is Shakira live in Rotterdam. En vivo in Pravado. That's the name of the album.
Nope.
No,
Not working.
doesn't really work.
Not working.
Nope.
I appreciate the effort, but thanks, Shakira.
Pay your taxes, Shakira.
Just get your hips moving.
Pay your taxes, Shakira.
Yeah, she's in court again.
This is Living Colour.
Doesn't sound like her. Are you sure it's Living Color?
What's this?
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I hear it.
He's trying to match
Yeah,
the.
now I hear it. Okay, Corey, be yourself.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
It just it's pretty hard to
Hard to beat the original.
do anything with it other than what AC/DC did.
You want to know what the number 3 best-selling album
Sure.
of all
Yeah,
time is?
you bet. I'd like to know what the
I can keep going.
Give us all 100. I'd like to hear
Do
the
it.
Beastie Boys sample of it.
The Bodyguard soundtrack, number 3 best-selling album of what? Yeah. I Will Always Love You, Bill.
You will?
I mean, I will, but
What?
yeah, you're bling. I Will Always Love.
Yeah, doesn't do much for me.
Carrie, Dark Side of the Moon, number 4.
Yes. Written by Brian Brandenburg.
Are we gonna,
Really? I
are we
didn't know
gonna-
that.
Are we
Yeah.
going to get into that?
Is that part of it?
That'll be part of it.
Okay, we'll talk about it coming up.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Eagles' greatest hits,
Yeah.
number 5.
It would figure.
I'm sorry. Bat Out of Hell, Meatloaf, number 6.
All right.
Hotel California, Eagles, number 7.
geez.
They got 2 in the top 10.
Of all of their terrible songs, that might be the most terrible because it's so long.
Come On Over, Shania Twain, number 8. Number 9, Rumors, Fleetwood Mac. I'm surprised that one isn't higher on the list. Number 10, the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. You want me to keep going?
If you want.
What was the Beastie Boys song?
I'm
I'm not finding it.
It's called Rock Hard.
Well, maybe you can't because they don't have the rights to it.
Could be.
It might not be it.
They released it.
If they didn't give them the rights, then I bet you
'cause
can't find it.
I'm getting a lot of playlists and
No, I bet that's the whole point of not letting them have it.
They did record it.
But if you don't give them if they don't give you permission, then you can't.
I guess they had to stop putting it out.
could be. Yeah, I'm not finding it anywhere.
5.
Number 11, Led Zeppelin 4. Again, I thought that would be
That'll make
higher.
Ed Brass happy.
Number 12, Bad, Michael Jackson. You know, Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
Number 13, Jagged Little Pill, Alanis Morissette.
These are the best selling albums of all time.
Number 14, Legend, Bob Marley and the Wailers. Number 15, we can end on number 15.
Okay.
The Dirty Dancing soundtrack.
Okay.
Aren't you going to groan on that one, too? Or did you have the time of your life?
I actually kind of like that song because I think I like Bill Medley's voice a lot. But other than that,
no.
I don't need it. No.
I'm sorry to say Metalachi never covered Back in Black.
Oh, I bet they did.
Oh, come on.
Not finding it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe, you know why? AC/DC didn't give them permission.
Could be.
Was nothing against you blokes. We just don't like mariachi music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, did you guys enjoy the parade?
No.
No?
No? You
Well,
did?
I mean, I didn't bother with it.
No.
So
I just wonder how well attended it was.
Oh, because it was a million degrees.
Yeah. And aren't people tired of it?
No.
I
There
mean-
are still children in the world, Bill. They enjoy a parade.
There were some amusing pictures. I forget where I saw them of Pioneer Day parades past of some of the crazy odd floats, and it was just weird stuff too.
disturbing.
Dragons, and that there was a float of there was some sort of fitness center in downtown Salt Lake, and there were all these men in Speedos. It looked like something in Gay Pride Parade.
I was going to say,
but
sure
it
wasn't Pride.
No, it was like a photo from the 40s.
Wow.
And they're all kind of like in Speedos, and they're all buff and tan looking. It was like Mr. D's fitness
I'd
center.
never fly today.
They'd
No.
be called groomers
Yeah,
today.
that's right. And there was a float that had some pretty young women on it, and it was from Davis County Howdy Days.
Howdy Days?
Apparently,
I was going to ask about that. Have you ever heard of that?
no. So I've been trying to look it up. I don't think they do it anymore. But apparently there was something in Davis County called Howdy Days.
Let's bring back Howdy.
I think we need Howdy Days.
Let's bring
world-
back Howdy.
The world needs Howdy
We're
Days.
going to call it Howdy Days.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there
Let's
is.
not call it Pioneer Day anymore. 'Cause
Howdy
we,
Days.
You know, we did the Pie and Beer thing to try
Yeah.
to be. No, let's do Howdy Days.
Oh, Davis Howdy Days was the new name for the Davis County Fair, announced at the Davis County in the Davis County Clipper on June 7th, 1940.
Wow.
The county fair was cut to one day to aid victory. I don't know. Howdy is also the official campus greeting at Texas A&M University.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with Davis County.
No, it's just this is your AI generator.
Oh.
You know,
Oh.
searching the word howdy. But I put Howdy Days, Davis County Howdy Days, and that's what it was. 1940. I don't know when they stopped doing it, but
Howdy.
howdy. It's Howdy Days.
Howdy.
All right. Well, let's begin so we can end.
All right, I'm all for that. Let's get it going. We will take a break here, and then we will come back and your check-ins. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. You know, anything you want to say. You want to say howdy?
Howdy.
Let's call it howdies. This is the Radio from Hell howdy moment. You can call in and say howdy. 877-602-9696, or you can text just your howdies, 33986.
Living Space's newest home furnishings destination is now open in Clearfield. Celebrate the newest destination for style at the Living Space's grand opening event.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and
Do that.
listen. I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want you to,
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
anything to it. Drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe.
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I will, you take out your credentials and show me.
are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
and herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
thing.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, they'll.
All right, let's get this over with.
Okay, we can start the show. Nobody's calling to check in yet. We'd like you to call, check in, and say howdy.
They were up late with the drones.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We always like to hear from you in the morning. Just for a second, it gets the show going and gets us going. So do that. 877-602-9696. Gina.
Join Loveland Living Planet Aquarium for Shark Week, July 25th through the 31st, for jawsome activities. Shark Week festivities included with aquarium admission. Visit livingplanetaquarium.org to reserve your visit.
The sun is already up. It will set at 8:50 p.m. You've got 14 hours and 33 minutes of searing hot daylight today. The moon is a waxing crescent, 46.0% of full. The moon will set today at 12:15 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 26th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. It's a National Carousel or Merry-Go-Round Day.
Oh, okay.
Holiday created by the National Carousel Association, you know, the NCA. as a way to mark the registration of the first patent for a carousel design in 1871.
You mean big merry-go-round?
Yeah, by William Schneider. Now, of course, there were merry-go-rounds or carousels before that, but he's the first guy to, patent a design for it. It's National Hot Fudge Sundae Day. In 1906, the Hot Fudge Sundae was created at the ice cream parlor C.C. Brown's on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles. And it's National Houston Day. Houston, Texas, was established in 1836 by the Allen brothers, Augustus and Chapman.
Not the Houston brothers?
No, Allen brothers, Augustus Chapman and John Kirby. The town was named in honor of Sam Houston, the first Texas president. Houston is the world capital of several things, including capital punishment.
That's right.
All right. And now, coming to you live from high atop the second story of the 12-story Broadway Media Tower, it's the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. This is the Howdy edition of the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Howdy, Gina.
Howdy.
Katie, for short, is our producer, back in the saddle where she belongs, right behind me in the producer's booth. And Jay and Dawson are helping out as well. And now, Bryce is willing to say howdy, but there are a couple of lines open, 877-602-9696. Howdy, Bryce.
Howdy, y'all.
What's
How's
up?
it going?
It's going good. What's up?
Just driving up 95 in Virginia,
Uh-huh.
to Maryland.
Okay.
Just calling to say hi.
What's the weather like, and where are you going? Why are you going to Maryland?
Weather is a little bit overcast and hot, and going to Maryland for work today.
All right.
You work for the government?
Government.
No, ma'am.
Oh, ma'am, don't work for the government.
What do
You have to say that, don't you?
What do you do, Bryce?
I work in clothing industry.
The clothing
company out of San Diego.
Huh.
What?
Yeah,
Huh.
retail.
Retail.
Oh,
He's being
okay.
retail.
Yeah,
you
we're
want
building a store. We're building a new store in Bethesda, Maryland.
I see.
Viore.
What is it? What is the company?
Viore Clothing.
Biori.
Viore.
Oh, Viore.
I own some of that clothing.
Ah.
It's comfy
Isn't
clothing.
isn't it fantastic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it for relaxing?
Yes.
So
it's
there's,
stretchy fabric.
Yeah, we also we have a store in City Creek too. If you haven't been there.
Huh.
I love your stretchy
Yeah.
pants.
So you're just out there you're just out there temporarily while you're getting the store built out?
Yeah.
Well, have at it.
Bad phone.
You're breaking up,
Yeah.
Bryce. We're gonna
Thanks,
let
Bryce.
you go. Thanks.
All right.
Stay safe.
Okay. Thanks, Bryce.
Viori.
Yeah, Vuori.
Okay.
Oh, Sue has some joggers.
Yeah, they're
that are
comfy.
Viore, yeah. Let's
They
see.
were pandemic pants, is what.
Pandemic pants. All right. Why won't you, some of us, listen?
What?
There's a correction.
Correction. Why won't you let some of us listen?
Thank you for letting me listen.
Because
Well,
you can't let just everyone.
No. You have to earn it,
yeah.
That's right.
and you can lose it.
And you, yes.
Carrie can shut your radio off or your broadcasting device. He can shut it off in a New York second.
Do we have to do that for him?
To show you that it's possible.
Show you that it's possible?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go. The deal is that I have the ability. Every radio has a specific number, and I'm able to tune in on your number and shut off your radio.
Show them how you do it.
So I'm going to show this person who texts this because I have their text number. It ends in 81.
Oh, you can get them.
I'm going to turn off your radio now. Okay, that's good enough. Just to prove you that I can do it.
He has the power.
Now it's back on.
Back on now.
So now you should text or call and say,
It
"I
works.
mean
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks for letting me listen."
Let's see. Chef Roy checking in. Howdy.
Howdy.
Missed you all yesterday. You guys get me through all my work mornings.
Aw.
Johnny B checking in. Howdy from Davis County. I'm glad I won't have to listen to depressing news on NPR this morning.
You'll listen to it
Yeah,
here.
I'll give you plenty of depressing news.
right.
Don't worry.
Perry City listener checking in. Howdy. Have an amazing day. Murph and Shanna say howdy. Howdy, friends. Just wanted to say thank you for making me feel less hellish in the morning. Howdy, it's the 25th. You said it was the 26th. You must be from the
I did.
future.
I did, didn't I?
Bill's trying to get the week over faster.
Yes. Tommy Milagro saying, howdy, white people.
Howdy.
Rebel Rabbit checking in. Howdy, y'all. Thanks for letting me listen.
There
from
we go. This that person?
From that number.
Okay.
And there you
All
go.
right, see? My power is absolute. Coming up,
Yes.
people have been asking, and I'll answer just about every question.
You can finally talk freely.
I can finally reasonably talk freely
About the trial that you testified.
about the trial.
Okay.
So that's coming up. Also, letter from our son Kyle. We got Boner of the Day. JD will be here with Tech Talk. We got Beat Gina coming up. Both of y'all saw Barbie, so we got to talk about that.
I saw Oppenheimer also.
Okay.
I did the full Barbenheimer.
Oh, you didn't mention that Frank Christ will be here as well.
Frank Christ Presents coming up. Let's see. Longtime caller, first-time listener, Adam. My sons are on the marching band. I believe they're in the marching band, sir. I get the joy of going to all the parades in July. Howdy. Oh, my gas light came on just now.
Uh-oh, go get some.
Let's see. FOP Holly checking in, working from home in West Jordan. Wanted to give an update about getting ready for the upcoming archery hunt. The trailer is at camp with the four-wheeler, and the firewood is cut.
You're all set.
Good.
Howdy ran the Deseret News 10K yesterday. Beautiful course, 2 minutes under my goal. Good run.
Well done.
Yeah. Also coming up, we're going to play some messages and a song. Now, the song that we were assigned to play is a Ramones song.
Okay.
Then I remembered
That's a 45 in your hand, Kerry
I have
Jackson.
vinyl.
A 40. He doesn't have a gun, folks. It's a 40. It's a 45 RPM record.
This is Sire Records, Ramones, and what's interesting is you've got the Ramones regular version of the song, but on the B side is an extended mix.
Okay.
So I think that's what we're going.
Okay.
To
All right.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Vinyl fun coming up. Stand by. All right.
Let's see. I think all y'all, like I was saying, were up late watching the drone show, and you're running slow this morning. No accidents or any slowdowns to report. You can report things to us if you see something. 33986. Your summer drives just got more affordable with 4.99% auto loans for a limited time only at UtahFirst.com.
All right. Thank you. We do have Frank Christ Presents coming up and Big Boy News and Opinioendo all in the same break coming up after these.
Recently on the Rachel Ray Show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point.
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's a classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called Fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't
Do you
want
need
to...
a
Go
moment?
ahead.
I don't want to
No,
hurt
don't
you
Go
guys.
ahead.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
it. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe
and
he
I don't-
always has one ready.
And I don't
I
believe.
believe he
Just
could-
put the microphone down.
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
There. And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
But you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh man,
There's more.
that's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a
do
kid.
that.
It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems fine.
It'll circulate.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
come
Maybe
around.
maybe we better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so,
Oh, jeez. Well,
you know.
You know, for someone that just
That
tuned,
was really
tuned into
good.
this show for the first time,
I know, they
just
would-
now,
We don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
usually,
Really?
you know,
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did.
Hope
I
you're
pushed
both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He
I
was
pushed
pointing
him.
at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife
Your bags
right now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to leave.
I know what that's like.
I figure I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
I really started to kink up. And then you talked about that perfume.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording
It
of a
wasn't.
fart?
He put the
Shut up.
microphone
Yeah.
down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a fart.
No.
You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it wasn't.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. They're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Don't.
Yeah, it was. It was real.
told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it
No,
too.
no.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, once somebody
No,
does it,
no.
everybody
It's
just
contagious.
No,
Just
I got.
jumps in and-
No.
Okay, all right.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried, believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the sky ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and such.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just gawed off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. And nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all.
That's a hit, Carrie.
There you
People
go.
were
I don't
enjoying
remember
that.
ever hearing that.
We used to play that a lot.
I don't remember that. That's very. I like that mix. That's very
the
nice.
I Want to Be Sedated remix. Produced by T. Eardley and Ed Stasium.
Well, congratulations, boys. You did a great job.
All right, there you go. Coming up. Well, we've got big boy news right now. Then right after that big boy news, it is Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. It's our Dead Celebrity game. Presenting to you 4 celebrity names. 3 of them are fine. 1 of them is dead. Pick the dead one correctly. You will win. What?
Tickets to the historic Big Stars Bright Nights concert series at the Canyons, featuring Dispatch on July 26th, National Parks August 5th, and Third Eye Blind August 19th.
Well, nice. So that's coming up with Frank Christ Presents. The sooner you line up, the better your chances of winning that prize at 877-602-9696. News brought to you by
Festival favorites for Utahns for free. Sundance Film Festival's Local Lens is bringing a series of free film screenings July 26th through the 29th to theaters and outdoor venues in Salt Lake, Park City, West Valley, and Oakley. View the lineup and reserve your seat at sundance.org/local-lens.
Well, if you've seen the Barbie,
I did.
if you've seen it, you know there's lots of Kens in it.
Yes.
And there's lots of Barbies in it. Not just one Barbie, not just one Ken. And Ryan Gosling and Simu Liu and Kingsley Ben-Adir were among those that ended up making the cut as Ken dolls in Barbie, alongside Margot Robbie and Issa Rae and more as Barbies. The movie's casting directors revealed, though, that there were a few others who had to bow out due to the cast having to spend 3 months filming in London. These are some of the actors who really wanted to do it, but apparently they couldn't do it. Saturday Night Live star Bowen Yang.
I could see that.
Schitt's Creek alum Dan Levy.
I totally could see
Yes.
that.
Dear Evan Hansen actor Ben Platt. They were, I'm not kidding, the film's casting director Allison Jones told Vanity Fair, really bummed that they couldn't do it.
I'm sure.
And it wasn't just Ken that actors were eagerly ready to play. As Alan, Ken's buddy, played by Michael Cera, he had his list of competitors, one of which included a Glee alum. They didn't say who.
I didn't know. Michael Cera was perfect for Alan.
Well, this guy would have been great, too. Dear Jonathan Groff was like, I can't believe I'm typing this, but I can't do Alan, he said to the casting director. He really wanted to play it. And Oppenheimer is Barbie was the #1 grossing movie over the weekend. Oppenheimer did very well with some $80 million or something like that. But an intimate moment in Oppenheimer has been censored in several countries outside the U.S., including India. The altered scene takes place as Cillian Murphy's J. Robert Oppenheimer, the theoretical physicist who led the development of the atomic bomb, sits naked across from Florence Pugh's Jean Tatlock, a Communist Party member with whom he had a torrid affair. In the unedited version of the film, Pugh is topless as she converses with Murphy's character in a hotel room, but in the sequence that plays in India and Middle Eastern movie theaters, her body is covered with a computer-generated black dress.
You can see that at x96.com/live. So that scene, I thought it was important that she be topless because they're both sitting there being vulnerable, and but Florence Pugh is not in the movie a lot, and she's topless 90% of the time she's in the movie.
Like most movies that feature explicit sex or nudity, sources close to the film said those scenes were censored to secure a release in countries where that kind of thing is frowned upon.
But I kind of was like, come on, Florence is a great actress. She doesn't have to be naked
topless
all the time.
For all the high school athletes antsy to get back onto the field and back to practice, today is the day that students can get ready for fall sports. Tomorrow the real hard work begins, said Lisa Walker of the Nebo School District. For athletic trainers like Walker, the current heat wave makes the statewide start of athletic training very stressful. We actually call it Heat Week. We don't technically start a lot of stuff. We have Heat Week. We have mandated heat acclimatization, she said. All schools are required to follow strict practice protocols set by the Utah High School Activities Association. Districts must test what they can and can't do for the day using a monitoring device called a wet bulb globe. You get the temperature, you get the wind speed, you get the humidity, and it comes out with an actual reading, said Walker. Heat safety is very important. She's on the High School Sports Athletic Activities Association Medicine Advisory Committee. For those who are unaware, there's somebody called the Corey Stringer Institute of Health and Science. Corey Stringer was an NFL football player who died from heat stroke. She said practice in Utah is rarely canceled, but they do modify it because of heat. Modify could include exercising at a different time when it's cooler outside, or moving locations from a turf field, maybe to indoors where there's air conditioning. Anyway, this is the day that high school sports gets going, and I'm guaranteeing you we're going to have stories of
Well, we're supposed to
kids.
be in the hundreds or really warm for weeks.
We're going to have stories about kids dropping over. Extreme heat has caused 5 deaths at national parks so far this year, according to the National Park Service. The deaths come as the Northern Hemisphere is experiencing the hottest summer on record. The 2 most recent deaths occurred at Death Valley National Park in California. In both cases, officials said the daytime temperature exceeded 120 degrees. Earlier this month, a 57-year-old woman died in 114-degree heat at Grand Canyon National Park. 2 men died in June when temperatures reached 119 at Big Bend National Park in Texas. In the last decade, at least 26 people have died, deaths tied to extreme heat at U.S. national parks. Why? I don't understand why people would do it. If it's 100 degrees, why would you go hiking in Arches or Death Valley? Or I just can't imagine. And this woman was found dead in Montana over the weekend after encountering a grizzly bear near Yellowstone National Park. The Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks said the woman's body was recovered on the Buttermilk Trail, about 8 miles west of West Yellowstone. Investigators did not confirm the woman's cause of death, but they said there are a lot of grizzly bear tracks around, and an investigation into the apparent attack was ongoing. Montana has been called bear country for a reason.
Yeah.
And there has been a rise in grizzly bear population in recent years, with animals increasingly roaming areas they have not occupied for decades. Liberty Park. Danger at Liberty Park. If you go walking your dog there, keep them away from the pond at Liberty Park.
Yeah.
Do we have an algae bloom?
Yeah, the city's roped off the pond due to the discovery of harmful algae in the Liberty Park pond. No, not only should pets be kept away from the pond, but, kids as well. Caution tape and posted signs currently greet visitors to the pond. We're just wondering what was going on because there was all the tape, and it was like probably the algae issues, said a family visiting the park. And sure enough, the Utah Department of Environmental Quality tested for harmful algae blooms with results showing what's it called, cyanobacteria, and a small amount of hepatotoxin. None of those sound good.
No.
About 30 ducks were found dead earlier this month. They submitted them, some of the animals, for testing. On Monday, the department reported that none of the tests showed the ducks had died of avian flu.
Good.
Well, so there's no obvious diagnosis, but could it be the algae? They're thinking that it might be the algae bloom in the pond. Speaking of algae bloom, Ron DeSantis stopped in Utah.
What?
I was hoping you were going to make this a boner candidate.
Speaking at the Utah State Capitol on Friday, Ron DeSantis said he was running for president to reverse the decline in our country.
What?
As he said he did in Florida.
Oh?
Florida was in decline, but we fixed that.
Oh,
our country
really?
is in decline. We see it. We feel it. I don't think that decline is inevitable. I think that decline is a choice, saying he governed bold colors. He governs in bold colors, not pale pastels.
Huh?
DeSantis laid out in bold colors,
What?
not like queer colors, is what he's saying.
Bold colors like the rainbow? like
Those are
that-
pretty bold
those are
colors,
pretty
yeah.
bold
DeSantis
colors.
laid out his platform, which includes stands on fighting debt, reining in the federal bureaucracy, and taking the woke out of government institutions, including education and the military.
Whatever that is.
It's not teaching the truth about slavery. That those slaves had some good benefits.
They
from
got
it.
some skills.
They learned how to do stuff while they were being beaten
So
and owned.
slavery wasn't just one generation, I mean, it
was several hundred years.
Many generations. When was the benefit going to kick in for them?
The Department of and speaking of governors who are just peaches, the Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit against Texas Governor Abbott because he's put barriers in the Rio Grande River and razor wire in an effort to curb,
like Jesus would do.
in an effort to curb illegal border crossings. Greg Abbott doesn't know who Jesus is. You know?
He thinks he does.
The floating barrier poses threats to navigation and public safety and presents humanitarian concerns. Additionally, the presence of the floating barrier has prompted diplomatic protests by Mexico and risks damaging U.S. foreign policy, said Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta. Well, Abbott says, I don't care what. Actually, what he said to the Biden administration, we'll see you in court.
Well, no, this is good to know because apparently states can choose to obey laws now.
Well, it sounds like it.
So maybe we should talk to Governor Cox about this whole abortion ban thing. Oh, no, wait.
An elderly Texas woman went to the hospital thinking she had misplaced her dentures, only to learn that she had swallowed them during dinner and they were still in her stomach.
How would you not know you
The
swallowed
woman,
your...
an 88-year-old woman who suffers from dementia,
That's why.
lost the bottom set of her dentures while she was eating dinner. Although she was not suffering any pain or discomfort, her son decided to take her to the Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas. There, the woman continued to insist she felt fine and was swallowing without trouble, but doctors decided to perform an endoscopy to see whether the dentures were inside her, and indeed, yes, there was a set of dentures resting inside of her stomach. A scan of her torso also showed the arc of the dentures standing out starkly against her skeletal structure. Doctors inserted long forceps down the woman's throat, and after several attempts were able to extract the dentures. Took about 2 hours, it said.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Let's see. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollment for fall semester. Well, it looks like Tom Brady's dating Bradley Cooper's ex.
What? Yeah.
Ariana Shiak. Mm-hmm. That's sports.
Is there like an app where these kind of people meet each other?
It's its own
It's the rich
dating
people.
app.
They're just rich people. So
It's prettypeoplematch.com.
Yeah.
Weather. So 72 right now. Mostly sunny today. 97 for a high. Slight chance of showers like we were seeing last night. Not as bad, but we could still see some showers tonight. 99 Wednesday, and then we creep back up over 100, it looks like, from Thursday on. And this is the pattern they're saying for the next month. Just plan on it, like Bill was saying with the high school sports.
So should we just stop you doing weather from now on?
I mean, if it's bringing you down, man.
you could just say hot and move on.
Hot and move on. Traffic, you're moving on right now in traffic because there's nothing going on. I think there are people that maybe are still coming back from vacation from the holiday. Maybe you're moving slow this morning. You were up late doing your pioneer activities because you're not on the roads. So good commute for you so far this morning. Want a fun night out on the town? Try a cooking class from Park City Culinary Institute. Classes include recipes, ingredients, and the tools you'll need. Learn more at parkcityculinaryinstitute.com.
Frank,
Hello, everyone.
Were you in the parade yesterday?
I was not in the parade.
Were you around the parade?
I was around the parade. I was supervising, checking on some of the elderly celebrities.
When people are gathering, it's things might happen.
Exactly.
Things went okay, though.
Oh, they were fine. Just fine.
Frank Christ is here. He is a reaper, a grim reaper. His specialty is reaping the souls of celebrities, and that's ironic because
I
Frank,
love our precious celebrities.
I know you do. Everything they do is great, and everything they say is right.
Yes.
And it's hard for you, I know. But I can't think of a better, I was going to say man, but I guess entity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A better entity for the job than you, Frank. He comes here every weekday, and we play a game called Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
I have a list of celebrities that Frank has given me, and 3 of the celebrities on this list
They're
are...
fine. I checked on them. They're just fine.
He's never met them. They're okay. But one of them, Frank has taken, and it's the contestant's job to figure out who that is.
Do we need a new
Well,
contestant?
we do need a new contestant. We had Jill, but she hung up.
877-602-9696. It's a simple game to play, and you might win.
Tickets to historic Big Stars Bright Nights concert series back at Canyons Village at Park City Mountain, featuring Dispatch on July 26th, National Parks on August 5th, and Third Eye Blind August 19th. For more information, you can go to x96.com.
All right.
All right, well, let's go to Ronald now.
Ronald, are you there? Ronald?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Ronald. How are you today?
I'm fine, just fine.
Yes,
There
you
you
are.
go, Ronald.
All right, Ronald. I'm going to read this list of celebrities. You have to tell me which one is no longer with us, all right? Here we go. These are all famous people from Houston, Texas, because it's National Houston Day. Number 1, Shelley Duvall. Shelley Duvall began acting after being discovered by director Robert Altman, who was impressed with her upbeat presence and cast her in the black comedy film Brewster McCloud. Duvall became famous for her leading roles, a lot of them for Robert Altman. She played Olive Oil in Altman's live-action Popeye, and she was in Stanley Kubrick's horror film The Shining. Number 1, Shelley Duvall. Number 2 on this list is Mike Nesmith, best known as a member of the Monkees and co-star of the TV series The Monkees. After the breakup of that band, Nesmith continued his successful songwriting and performing career, first with the country rock group The First National Band. Number 2, Mike Nesmith. Number 3, George Foreman, former professional boxer, entrepreneur, minister, and author. In boxing, he was nicknamed Big George. He was a 2-time world heavyweight champion and an Olympic gold medalist. As an entrepreneur, he is known for the George Foreman Grill. Number 3, George Foreman. And finally on this list, number 4, Mark William Calloway, also known as The Undertaker. Widely regarded as one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, Calloway spent the vast majority of his career wrestling for the WWF and E, and he was the best known for his critically acclaimed Dead Man Undertaker gimmick, for which he was included into the WWE Hall of Fame. Number 4, The Undertaker. There are 4 celebrities there. One of them is no longer with us. Who is it, Ronald?
Is it Shelley Duvall?
You
It
would
is not.
Oh, she's fine.
Yeah.
She's just
well, I
fine.
don't know if she's fine, but
She's coming back. She's got a TV project that she's going to be in. No, it's not Shelley Duvall. I'll give you another chance, though, okay? Listen carefully and see if you can tell which one of these other 3 are dead. Is it Mike Nesmith, George Foreman, or Mark William Calloway, The Undertaker?
Oh, Mike Nesmith.
No.
Correct, Mike Nesmith.
Just
He
a
was
little while ago.
He was 78. He died in 2021 of a heart attack at his home in Carmel Valley, California. Well, congratulations, Ronald. You win the tickets, and if you'll just hang on the line, somebody in there will tell you how you get them, okay? Hang on.
Oh.
what you got going on today,
Well,
Frank?
I'm doing my stretches because tomorrow is Mick Jagger's birthday.
He's fine.
80.
He's 80.
Fine.
80. Has anyone seen Iman?
Oh, she's
No.
fine.
She's fine. She's 68. She's so fine. So hopefully I won't have anything to
A
do
light
today.
day.
A light day. I need to rest. Just catch up on some Gilmore Girls and call it a day. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, Frank.
And then Frank has no traffic to worry about, ever. And neither do you right this minute. No accidents being reported, slowdowns, animals running loose, none of that happening. Now, if you see something, you can text us, 33986. Join Loveland Living Planet Aquarium for Shark Week, July 25th through the 31st for Jawsome activities. Shark Week festivities included with aquarium admission. Visit livingplanetaquarium.org to reserve your visit.
All right, boner of the day, big boy news coming up. Also, I'll tell you about the trial. All of that on the way. Mark Miller Subaru.
Listen, Mark Miller Subaru gave me a Subaru Outback, the Wilderness Edition, to drive. And
Is that
I've-
the one you were driving
Yeah.
on Saturday?
Oh, my God, what a great car. It is such a great car. And you can rent one. You'll want to rent a Subaru Outback from Mark Miller Subaru. This car has something called X mode and hill descent control. And I've watched videos. I haven't done it yet myself. It goes off road like just
In the
brilliantly.
wilderness. That's why it's called the wilderness.
And it's just a fantastic car. It's got extra clearance. And it's got these. It adjusts the suspension when you're going over rough roads out in the. And they'll let you rent it and take it out into the wilderness.
Oh, really?
At Mark Miller Subaru.
That's great.
I think that's incredible. The car is just delightful inside. It has all these. It has a feature when you stop at a light, the engine stops. And then it'll start up again when you hit the gas pedal.
That'll save you some gas.
So rent one of these cars today. Go to markmillersubaru.com.
Homelessness is...
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
Your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well, you know,
source?
I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
But since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. You don't want...
I think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies and, you know, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible. I'm
just
sorry.
going to let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, well, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
yeah,
Right? I
it's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
you know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
You mean there
find
will
out.
be? Because
There
there's
will
not a
be
Biden White House
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge?
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary
Marcia Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although fudge isn't something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
Yeah, got a fudge mine.
mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
hard to
Are we
find.
done yet with this?
Well, and you know they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying. about that.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was. All right.
You didn't have anything to do with his divorce.
No.
So why did he send you one?
That was the big question.
You were baffled by that.
He sent the threats, the first initial threat, while I was here on the air.
Yep.
And you remember, because I showed you
Yeah.
guys.
You're like, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah, what do I do with this? He sent them to 4 people, all media people, including our own Sean Means, and all 4 media people that I am pretty sure he's not chummy with or were involved with his divorce. And the first email had nothing to do with his divorce.
Oh, the reason he did that, it just occurs to me in his way of thinking. I send it to the media people; they'll broadcast it.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
So the first email that I get, again with all these other media people, is Hall Labs at the University of Utah is Frankenstein Incorporated. They put medical devices inside my body without my knowledge. We start bombing in 30 minutes. The key word being we.
Yeah,
that's what stuck with me. He then continued to send me a string of emails throughout the morning. I remember I kept showing them to you guys. And they were all different places that he was threatening to bomb,
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do I do with this?
He was going to bomb the Capitol, the mayor's office, Matheson Courthouse.
And then he continues sending them throughout the morning, again, on this big, long chain of emails. And after the bomb threats, then other things started coming in, where he was saying, Bruce Lee is my biological father.
Oh, boy.
Now, see, we had heard that he had kind of lost his mind. He had been off the grid for about 2 years.
Been going through a divorce.
And he wasn't with
he was no longer with Fanex. He was released from there, bought out, and divorced. And we had heard that he had been losing it.
Yeah.
So when I started to see that, I was like, okay.
But when someone is in that state, you don't know if they're what they're capable of.
He's still an incredibly smart and determined man. That's the thing. That's what concerned me. But then the emails started coming in where Bruce Lee's my biological father. He taught me, and I am a black belt. He taught me at the age of 9, to be a black belt. And then this is what pushed me over the edge. And that's when I wrote Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, jeez.
And I said, that's too far, sir. You have pushed it now.
It's one other thing he did, that he emailed the court that was handling his divorce, demanding that they speed up the process or whatever. And he sent a note that says, "Go F yourself, all of you.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just have to bomb the city." And then Brandenburg said other emails, and the court said, don't use that kind of language with the court. And he's emailed back, just go F yourself.
Yeah, I talked to the person who sent that email back saying, A, profanity, B, you can't make these threats, this is wrong. And he did that. So there were like 15 of us that were flown down to Honolulu to testify in this thing.
Because it's a federal trial.
Yes, because he was out of state and the courthouse thing.
Yeah.
So, so after the show, after I got this string of emails, I was asking around, should I contact somebody? Who should I contact? And our own Todd Newcomb said, you should probably call the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got thinking,
let them handle it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. But if I call the cops and I say, hi, morning radio guy here.
They're not going to take it seriously.
They're not going to take me seriously. Yeah. So I called Sean. I said, when you say from the Salt Lake Tribune, they're going to go, oh, okay. And he said, okay, I'll do it. So he notified the authorities.
So Sean didn't get an email?
Sean was in the email chain.
He was?
He
okay.
was. Yeah, he was all part of the email chain.
Okay.
So a couple of days later, I get a call from some feds, and they said, we want to come in and talk to you. And so they
Did
meet
they
me.
wear sunglasses?
No, that was disappointing.
They didn't have like earbuds?
No, they were very underdressed. It was disappointing.
You wanted
they were
dark
underdressed.
suits?
So we sat in our in the conference room over here, and I swear it was like these guys were just handed the case. They didn't know anything about it.
Right.
And I said,
Probably true.
I said, well, guys, here, let me send you this chain of emails.
Yeah.
You're probably going to want this. What's your email address? They look at each other. Do you have?
They didn't have an email
I
address?
was like, I don't recall it right off the top of my head. I said, well, do you have a business card that has the email address on it? Oh, I think I have one, yeah. And he pulls out of his wallet this business card that has clearly been in there for months. And it's the only one he had.
You don't know your email address?
Just like, geez, come on, guys. So I'm forwarding these emails to him. I said, as you can see, and the guy's got his phone up, and he goes, oh, yeah, there they are. And then Brandenburg starts sending me more emails.
While
there.
you were in
While I'm
meeting?
sitting with the
Oh, I
feds.
never heard that part before.
And so I'm like, guys, he just sent me some more. You may
Did
want
you take care of this?
Here you go. Here you go. Now, some of the stuff that he sent me was stuff that, if in fact he was trying to get the media to pay attention, there were things in there that I, as a media person, did not need to know.
Oh.
There was a Google Drive full of documents and pictures and things like that. That personal stuff, like, very personal stuff.
Intimate things.
Yes, that's a nice way to put it. As a media person, I don't need to know that if that's your grievance.
No.
And I'm not your friend. So
What was the trial like?
the trial was interesting because I wasn't allowed to speak with the rest of the witnesses because they didn't want us collaborating.
Right.
Get your stories together.
Yeah. And so I was only allowed in the courtrum when I was testifying. That was it.
So you didn't hear what anybody else had
I wasn't
to say,
allowed
or-
to, because I wanted to watch.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you can't.
Even after you
Even
couldn't?
after you can't. I went, all right, fine. It says because if the jury sees you, that,
Oh, okay.
it could sway things. It was a whole deal. So we go in, and here's the thing. His lawyer, the defense lawyer, called me. And he says, at any time did it occur to you that the defendant was joking?
I kid.
And I said, no, he's not funny. He never has been funny. He's quite dull, actually. Now, I'm just a high school graduate, sir, and you're a lawyer. Is this your case? This is your defense?
All going to hinge on that?
You're hinging on this. And he silence, and he goes, this is what my client has said that he
I
wants
was
to
kidding.
do. Another thing is that I couldn't testify about my opinion of his mental state. I was warned by the judge.
Because you're not an expert.
I cannot do that. If you do that, I'm going to put you in contempt and the whole thing. So
you were just matter of fact. Here's what happened.
yeah, I get up on the stand, and it's the prosecution. I was subpoenaed by both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecution asked their questions, and I answered them. And then the judge says, we got to take a 10-minute break. Everyone clear the courtroom. Mr. Jackson, you can't leave. You stay here. If you could go into the gallery there, just sit. And also the defendant can't leave.
Uh-oh.
So
But everyone else gets a potty break?
Yeah, we're in this awkward moment where he and I are in the room, and I'm not going to look at him. I'm just not going to look at him. So I'm staring up at the ceiling, and then I close my eyes and just let it happen.
Oh,
that was
10 minutes you had to sit like that?
That was an awkward 10 minutes. So then the prosecution the defense comes back and starts questioning me, and I wasn't answering questions the way that he wanted me to. He kept trying to get me to say, I think he's crazy, Did you think he was joking? I said, well, I'll just put it this way. He struggles with humor.
That's a good answer.
He struggles with humor. And
I remember him being in studio and him being very awkward.
Yes.
And
Well, he just sort of on one level all the time.
Yeah.
Kinda.
And I was kind of hoping did the defendant ever make you laugh? Because I would tell this story. I said, we were at a meeting at Fan X.
Yeah.
I don't recall what it was, but he said something. Everybody looked at each other like that was weird. And then he said, that was a joke. I don't understand. I'm usually the funniest person in the room. That's the one time he's made me laugh out loud.
When he claimed to be the
funniest person in the room. Anyway.
So the reason you can talk about this,
Because he was found guilty.
Yes.
If he'd been found not guilty, then the lawsuits could have started.
Yeah.
and now
can talk about it.
he could get.
A lot of
I
time.
saw it was like 20 years.
More than 20.
I spoke with our attorney friends.
Yes.
They don't think it'll be that much.
Probably not.
They think that they will make a deal or something. But we'll see. Anyway, there's more. There's a whole lot more I could tell you about, but we are out of time. So.
Oh, and I do have some traffic to tell you about. There's a ladder in the middle of the road, Highway 89 at the mouth of Weber Canyon in South Weber. Thank you, friend of the program that sent that in via text at 33986. You can send things in there, too. That's the only issue we have out there on the roads. If you see something, you can say something, let us know. Haster's summer sale is in full swing. All board games are currently 10% off, with games costing $100 or more being bumped to 15% off, located at 6831 South State. Get store hours or more at HasterGames.com.
Here are the boner candidates you will be voting for in just a couple of minutes. Number 1, it was because of a dog emergency. Number 2, well, we didn't dump it in the river. And number 3, do not release the dog. Do not release the dog.
Boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. ParkCityCulinaryInstitutes.com. I can cook, kind of. Mm-hmm. I wish I was better at it. Mm-hmm. And I think that what would make me better at it is if I had more confidence.
Yes.
And that means getting the skills. And that's what you get at Park City Culinary Institute. I'm okay in the kitchen. I wish I were more confident. They're going to teach you all of the tricks, everything. Cooking's going to be faster, easier, better, and fun. Your family and friends are going to love what you make. I mean, you don't even have to aspire to be a pro chef, although they do teach you how to do that. But you can certainly learn to cook like one. I mean, if it was just easier for you, well, if you have the skills, it is easier for you. Then you'd just enjoy it. So go and take a look. Their campus in Salt Lake is at 1484 South State. You can just go in and take a look. It's a great facility. Or you can go online, ParkCityCulinaryInstitute.com. They're offering short and affordable programs, part-time courses, night classes for busy people like you. You can finish in as little as 5 weeks. ParkCityCulinaryInstitute.com.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard.
Him.
Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time. He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff. So Carrie...
Every night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's famous for its big frou-frou
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita because it's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get
And she
one
doesn't
here?
have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl.
So
Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was
It
called. Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know that?
I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
Had a
fruit
chunk of
and-
pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food. And then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
you
steak
ate
was
you
good.
ate it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie.
The same
Or
one?
did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
'Cause it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she
She's seen it more
watches it
than once.
over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling
I'm not
her.
exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from.
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date." I said, "No, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way."
But I never do.
I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says-
this? Yeah.
And says, "Man, that's a long hallway."
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He's he apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the
Because
love.
I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and I
go.
and I
C-H-A-I.
chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
so I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I
elevator.
don't remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, Thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that
And
part.
then, and given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
Yeah,
the
for a
second-
while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go,
Well, we were
Right.
on our way.
We were there.
she says, "I'm going to get this. I'm going to eat it on the way home." She said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep,
I didn't eat it.
and then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long. Third
And
night,
you said I snored.
yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still
Not only-
hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time?
You know,
on,
you can
Drinky.
do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad. I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son.
Yeah.
Honey, go get mommy a
Yeah.
drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita. Girls, because
Because
Barbie.
that is the Barbie's favorite song.
That is Barbie's favorite
that is
song?
the anthem. It's played twice in the movie.
oh, okay.
And I think we should give it the running up that hill treatment.
Oh, I'm sure it
think
will.
I think it will. You will see it reappear on the charts.
I'm sure it will.
Probably.
Yeah. And we played it back in the
We
day.
did.
Back when it was out. There were many X96 Presents the Indigo Girls shows. I remember those. All right. 7:26 right now. It is time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, July 25, 2023. Give you 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
2 prizes.
2.
A can't buy it, gotta win it boner T-shirt, and tickets to see the Wood Brothers with the Little Smokies Thursday, July 27th, under the stars at Red Butte Garden. You can buy your tickets at redbuttegarden.org.
There you go.
Boner candidate number 1. It was because of a dog emergency. Minnesota Vikings rookie Jordan Addison offered an excuse for his extreme speed while driving 85 miles an hour. Driving 85 miles per hour over the speed limit.
Oh.
He was going 140
Wow.
on I-94 last week. The citation filed Monday states that Addison told state troopers that his dog was having a medical emergency.
Well,
Which is why he was clocked going 140 in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. Driver stated his dog was having an emergency at his residence, and that was the reason for his speed. So he was rushing to the dog.
why
to
are
where
you
the dog
making
is.
this a boner candidate? This is a dog lover rushing to his
Who
dog.
could have killed several people.
Well, I guess that's true.
Yeah, I think so.
Little thing.
Whether police accepted the excuse or not, Addison was cited for reckless driving, consciously disregarding a substantial or unjustifiable risk. The wide receiver has issued an apology. I should not have done this. I'm sorry. No word here on the dog. That's what I'm finding disturbing. Maybe you could do a little research.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can find something.
So his name is Jordan Addison, Minnesota Vikings
Okay.
rookie. Boner candidate number 1. It was because of a dog emergency. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, we didn't dump it in the river. Garfield County, Utah. A man was arrested Sunday for dumping sewage on public land in southern Utah. And the owners of the company he works for were also arrested for trying to clean up the sewage without informing the state. The Garfield County Sheriff's Office said it was notified on July 15 that a sewer company was possibly dumping human waste off of a dirt road near Assay Creek, just a few miles south of the town of Hatch, Utah. The tipster had trail cameras in the area and sent police photos from the camera showing the truck belonging to the company called A Action. According to its website, the company provides septic tank services, portable outhouses, and other services. A deputy went to the area and found several different sites on state land where raw sewage was dumped, along with dried toilet paper and feminine hygiene products. The deputy said most of the dump sites appeared older, but one appeared very recent. The sheriff's office began investigating the case. They received another call from the tipster on Sunday saying he saw from his trail camera multiple vehicles and an excavator at one of the spots where sewage was dumped. Deputies went to the site and found 3 people. Cindy Vetri, who owns a Action Sanitation, her husband Weston Vetri, who was operating the excavator, and the employee James Torgeson. Torgeson told deputies that he had in fact dumped the sewage in the area. Cindy then told them that when she learned from Mr. Torgeson that had done so, they all agreed that the 3 of them would go to clean up the mess. None of them reported the incident to authorities and did not have permission to dig on the land that belonged to the state. All 3 were arrested for obstruction of justice. Boner candidate number 2, well, we didn't dump it in the river. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, do not release the dog. Do not release the dog.
Well, once again, I'm seeing people voting before they heard the third candidate.
Yeah, you'll like the third one, I'm telling you.
Candidate number 3 coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
The State Room presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss Lucas Nelson and Promise of the Real live Sunday, July 30th at Sandy Amphitheater. Get your tickets at thestateroompresents.com.
A festival in Malaysia, a music festival, has been canceled after British singer Maddie Healy attacked the country's anti-LGBTQ laws. During the performance by his band, the 1975, at the Good Vibes Festival, Healy addressed the audience in a profanity-laden speech before kissing his bass player, Ross McDonald. The band then ended their set, claiming officials ordered them off the stage. Homosexuality is illegal in Malaysia and punishable by 20 years in prison. The band was headlining the Good Vibes Festival at the capital of Kuala Lumpur on Friday. On Saturday, the festival's organizers said the remaining schedule for the festival had been canceled following the controversy. They called Mr. Healy's actions rude.
Frude?
He was rude. In footage shared online, Healy could be seen telling the crowd that the band's decision to appear in Malaysia had been a mistake. When we were booking shows, I wasn't looking into it. I don't see the effing point. I mean, right now, I do not see the point of inviting the 1975 to a country and then telling us who we can have sex with. Unfortunately, you don't get a load of uplifting songs because I'm furious, he said. Obama's chef, did you hear about this?
No.
He has been found dead in Martha's Vineyard.
Really?
After news of missing paddleboarder on Martha's Vineyard surfaced Monday, a body was found and identified as the chef for former President Barack Obama and his family. In a statement to Scripps News, Massachusetts police said the body was recovered from Edgartown Great Road and was identified as 45-year-old Tafari Campbell of Dumfries, Virginia. Campbell was an employee of the Obamas and had been visiting Martha's Vineyard when he died. The Obamas were not at their home at the time. The Obamas released a statement saying Tafari was a beloved part of our family. When we first met him, he was a talented sous chef at the White House. He was creative and passionate about food and its ability to bring people together. In the years that followed, we got to know him as a warm, fun, extraordinarily kind person who made all of our lives a little brighter. A woman was arrested here in Salt Lake after allegedly grabbing a child who was walking with his family at the Days of 47 parade in Salt Lake.
Scary.
According to police, a woman was walking toward the parade with her 2 young children, ages 8 and 9, when another woman came out into the street screaming about them stealing her wagon. As the family continued to walk past the woman, the suspect, identified as Tiffany Day, grabbed the 8-year-old boy by the head and pulled him out of the wagon.
Jeez.
The mother was able to identify Day, who told officers, "I'm sorry, I was confused. I thought that was a blue wagon, not black."
What?
Police said the boy suffered small bruises during his incident.
Even if you think they're stealing your wagon,
Day was
you
taken
don't grab a kid.
taken into custody and booked into the Salt Lake County Jail with 1 count of child abuse with injury. Sounds to me like she's got some issues, too. Some training table customers, well, the restaurants have been closed since 2016, but the training table has been selling their sauce online.
Their fry sauce.
Fry sauces and dipping sauces. Some folks who ordered and paid for the product haven't been able to get it, like Shane Larson, excuse me. Larson said he was excited when the chain began selling its signature ultimate dipping sauce, and last October he ordered a bottle the only way it came at the time, paired with a bottle of ultimate hickory sauce, which Larson said, I can take that or leave it. I don't. But that's the only way you could get it. You get them in a combo. When the order showed up, Larson says the ultimate dipping sauce glass bottle was shattered. He reached out to the training table. They agreed to send a replacement. When the replacement finally came, there was no dipping sauce. The box contained 2 bottles of the hickory sauce. Larson said, no. He reached out to the training table many, many times and kept not getting the thing he ordered with no response. I've been trying to get them to fix this for a month. Well, he's not alone. Over the past few weeks, what's his name at KSL? Matt.
No, I don't know.
Who took over for his dad.
Gephardt?
Yeah, Matt
Yes.
Gephardt looked into it, and apparently there have been a lot of problems.
If you go to their website now, it says they're out of stock of everything.
Yeah, they did say that they would take care of this guy, and they said their dipping sauce is now out of stock, and they don't know when it'll be back in. Sounds like a problem.
This sounds even further away from them reopening.
Yeah,
their,
exactly. This
which
sounds
is
like
too
they're
bad. We were excited about that.
It sounded to me like almost like they're operating out of their garage or something.
Vice President Harris delivered an impassioned speech on Friday condemning Florida for their new framework for how Black history will be taught in K through 12 schools.
Very good speech.
Including guidelines that slavery was beneficial to enslaved people. That's not only misleading, it is false and pushing propaganda, she said Friday in Jacksonville, Florida, pushing propaganda on our children. Harris also criticized Florida's new standards for requiring high schools to teach that African Americans were perpetrators in some racially motivated massacres. She described
they have to say both. Like they describe, I don't know if this is the part you're going to read, Bill, but there's a specific massacre that they're talking about, or it is a massacre of African American people. That is what the massacre is. But the teachers are required to say that this is
there were
violence.
white people also.
No, this is violence perpetrated on and with African American people. Meaning any violence that they are talking about, you have to say, well, that there was violence going the other way too in this.
They were talking particularly about the Black Wall Street, in Ohio, Oklahoma, excuse me, and they said you have to teach that there were white people who got hurt too.
Yeah.
Well,
the violence went both ways.
All of the people who were dead were black.
But meaning if you're being attacked, if you fought back at all.
Yeah,
then that counts as
folks. If you want to know what whitewashing is, you're seeing it right there.
And Little Debbie snack cakes have been just a wonderful thing in people's lives for a long time.
Yes.
Well,
especially yours.
Yes, I love Little Debbie. Well, they now have Little Debbie's ice cream flavors, 11 of them, based on their Little Debbie cakes. There's the unicorn cake sparkling strawberry ice cream, the strawberry shortcake roll ice cream, honey buns ice cream, fudge rounds ice cream, Swiss rolls, Little Debbie's Swiss rolls
my
ice
favorite,
cream, birthday cake, oatmeal cream pie.
Oh, that would be good too.
Zebra cakes, Star Crunch, Cosmic Brownies.
They have a lot.
And Nutty Bars. 11 ice cream flavors. I don't know where you can get them, but I'm going to try.
Start looking.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, I guess it'll feel cooler today than later this week. 97 for a high today. Overnight low of 72. There is a slight chance of some showers later, not like we had last night, but there is a chance. Then we warm up as the week goes on. By Thursday, we're back up to 100, and then we start creeping over 100 as we head into next weekend. Traffic, we have a vehicle on fire eastbound I-80 at milepost 130. That's I-215 South Belt, Salt Lake, off to the right shoulder. Looks like there's something going on, Point of the Mountain, northbound I-15 coming into Draper. I don't have an accident being reported, but on the UDOT cameras, it looks like it's really slow through that section there. If you know what that is or what anything else is, anything at all, you can text us 33986. Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. They accept most private insurance. For a free consultation, go to renaissanceranch.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Do not release the dog. Do not release the dog. A police canine mauled a black truck driver in Pickaway County, Ohio, after its handler ignored requests from troopers not to release the dog. Video from the July 4th incident released by Ohio State Highway Patrol showed truck driver Jadarius Rose lead police on a lengthy chase in southern Ohio. Mr. Rose was behind the wheel of a semi-trailer based out of Nashville. The chase went on for at least 25 minutes based on a video provided by the Ohio State Patrol. During the chase, troopers reported that the driver swerved and nearly hit a cruiser. In an incident report, troopers said they laid spike strips to force Mr. Rose to stop. After the chase concluded, troopers reported that Mr. Rose would not exit the trailer immediately, but he did. Once he did, he kept his hands in the air. As Rose stood in the median, troopers tried to get him to come to them. Meanwhile, officers from the Circleville Police Department had a canine ready to deploy. One of the Ohio State Patrol troopers can be heard on body cam video yelling at the Circleville officers, "Do not release the dog with his hands up. Do not release the dog with his hands up."
Okay.
He's got his hands
He says
up,
it 3 times, I
Yeah.
think. And the guy released the dog anyway, and it attacked the guy. And the trooper's going, "Get the dog off of him! Get the dog off of him!" Rose can be heard screaming as he's being attacked by the dog. The Ohio State Patrol said Rose was transported to the hospital. His injuries were treated, and he was released. Mr. Rose told troopers that he didn't believe he'd done anything wrong, and he was just trying to complete his delivery. He was being pulled over for a missing rear mud flap.
A mud flap? I hadn't heard that part of the story.
Oh, my hell.
The case remains under investigation. The patrol is able to provide for further details.
Wow.
Boner candidate number 3. Do not release the dog. Do not release the dog.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. It was because of a dog emergency. That's why Vikings rookie Jordan Addison drove 140 miles an hour to get to his dog, who was ill apparently at his house or something. Boner candidate number 2, well, we didn't dump it in the river. A company owner's employee arrested for dumping raw sewage very near a river here in Utah. And boner candidate number 3, do not release the dog.
Okay. Time for you to vote for your boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. She'll take your live voice vote in there, and you can say, welcome back. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, July 25, 2023. Click and vote. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. You've only got about 4 minutes to do it, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Living Spaces. Gina.
I went to their brand new, huge store in Clearfield. It's located off I-15 at 700 South. It's to the east of the freeway, which, you know, as someone growing up in Clearfield, I don't remember there being anything over there. There isn't. There's just Hill Air Force Base and Living Spaces. It's huge. They've got actually several new store locations, 2 in Salt Lake City, 1 in Draper, located off I-15 at Bangor Highway, and the Clearfield location. They have really nice salespeople. I spent some time with a few of them there at the Clearfield location. They don't work on commission. They're just there to help you find stuff to make your home more comfortable and more beautiful. Free next day shipping, huge selection. They have financing available, everyday low prices. They have a little store cafe where you can get a drink and relax, watch some TV, get a snack, and they have a place for the kids to play. So drop the kids off and go shopping at Living Spaces.
Listen to Radio from Hell at Home when you first wake up. Just tell your smart speaker to play
So we got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried the, so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
them.
Now,
And the wasabi,
now they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
they're not hot,
Now,
Tasty.
but they're flavorful.
now I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
You know, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't
No,
care.
there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love it.
removed
You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. All right, 7:49. Time to award boner of the day.
And the boner of the day is brought to you in part by leftovers.
Nothing specific about
Just,
the leftover?
Nah,
Okay.
just leftovers.
And the Stateroom Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss Lucas Nelson and Promise of the Real live on Sunday, July 30th at Sandy Amphitheater. Get your tickets at thestateroompresents.com.
Well, you see, you shouldn't have voted early.
Yeah.
Because boner candidate number one, that didn't get very many votes at all.
Hardly.
It was because of the dog. So people, when they heard the sewage dump, then they said,
that's bad.
and they
That's the
started
one,
voting
yeah.
and voting and voting.
Yeah.
And it got 58 votes. But then when they heard number three,
We told you.
do not release the dogs, that's when I suspect some people came back and re-voted.
Which you can do.
Sure, that's fine.
Of course.
This is not a scientific measurement at all. It's just a popularity poll. It wins number three with 175 votes.
There you go. It's your boner of the day for today, July 25, 2023. Now qualified to be boner of the week. We'll see what happens on Friday with Dave the Flower Guy. All right, a letter from our son Kyle, brought to you by
Toyota. Visit your Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
There was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy.
That boy is Kyle Brown. Kyle R. Brown. I don't know what the R stands for.
Roger.
Kyle is a longtime friend of the program and was a participant on our show for many, many years, from the time he was just a high school kid until a couple of years ago, I think it was. And we found out that Kyle was ill. He has ALS, and that's a fatal condition. And Kyle, he can't speak anymore, so he's been writing us letters. And here is one that I think you'll find very interesting. I need to thank two listeners, writes Kyle.
Oh.
Martha, thank you for taking over my spot as a vegan. Yep, somebody took me up on that. No small task, but Martha offered, and I'm grateful, as is the planet. Kyle, when he is no longer with us, that's one vegan that's disappeared from the world. He felt that he should be replaced as a vegan. The next listener I'd like to thank is Darcy, who contacted me several weeks back and wanted to create some jewelry for us.
Oh.
She came to our home and took my wife and my fingerprints and made jewelry containing the fingerprints for several members of the family.
What a great idea.
I'd like to see what these look like.
Yeah.
It was incredibly thoughtful and selfless of her. It was all really cool, and everyone loved it. X96 friends of the program are truly the best people.
They really are.
My Super Bowl / World Series / Basketball Bowl series just ended. It's called the Tour de France, which in English means Tour of France. It's a 21-day bicycle race. They are grown men in tight pants. Sometimes they fall off their dumb little bicycles, but they can't call a timeout. They have to just ride alongside a medical car while they treat them rolling along at 25 miles an hour. They do this for 4 to 6 hours a day for 3 weeks. It's all silly, but to me it's beautiful, and there is no other sporting event like it. It's an emotional, heartbreaking, inspiring, high-speed game of chess. It is also the most watched sporting event in the world.
Oh.
And yes, I know few people in the United States care about it. I started riding bikes in 1994 to keep in shape for skateboarding. I ended up trading one silly sport for another. I learned more from bicycling than I have from anything else. And in a way, bicycling saved my life. I learned to suffer and never quit. I learned to win and lose and how to handle both. It taught me how to handle bullies and to laugh at life. That stupid bike taught me about life. My bike was how I dealt with my stress, my depression, and anxiety. So now I'm screwed. Well, I mean, actually, ALS is why I'm screwed. It would be nice to be able to take a ride to deal with the not being able to walk or talk situation, or sleep. That would help, too. Well, anyway, enough of my bitching and whining. Let's go have a great day. Well, you go have a great day anyway. Cheers, Kyle. Look over there.
All right, there you go.
If you'd like to write to Kyle,
Yeah, he loves hearing from
here's the email address: krb76. It's just the number 76 at hotmail.com. krb76 at hotmail.com.
I want to see those fingerprint
the jewelry?
jewelry. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I don't know if the person who did it, Darcy, is listening. Maybe she can send us some pictures
pics.
of them. I was talking to people at the mixer that we had on Saturday at Dolly Donuts, and more than one of those people mentioned how much they like hearing from Kyle Brown.
Yes. The conjecture in the chat room is the R in Kyle's middle initial R. Kyle Radio Brown.
Oh.
That's the
Could be.
conjecture. So
That could be.
If it's not, it should be.
Darcy is listening. I'd love to send some pics of the jewelry.
Cool.
Okay.
Radio from Hell at x96.com.
Yeah.
I guess?
We'll get a look
And
at
how?
it.
Thank you, Darcy. What a
Yeah,
kind thing for you to do.
You could text pictures too if you want, Darcy.
No.
No, you can't.
No, you can't?
No.
Our texting won't do
No.
that, huh?
No. Our chat room allows pictures, but not our texting. So email them or, yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who showed up to our mixer on Saturday.
I know it was hot.
Had a nice time. I met people that I had not had any encounters with before, and it was pretty odd that that we played Beat Gina, and I drew a name of a contestant, and it really was just a coincidence. I'd been talking to that person for a while. She was just sitting by herself. Her name was Jenna, and she was sitting by. Yeah, she was sitting by herself, and I thought, oh, I'll just sit down and talk to her. And I said, "What, are you here by yourself?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm shy. I don't go talk to people."
You know what? It's one thing to come with people, and there were a lot of people that came as a friends or couple or whatever. But to go by yourself, to put yourself out there like that's impressive.
So I sat and talked to her for a little while, and she's really not that shy. She said, "I just have a hard time beginning a conversation. Once we're talking, I'm fine." And I said to her at one point, "Have you entered the contest to play Beat Gina, or be a contestant?" And she said, "No, where do I do that?" And I said, "Just go out there and put your name in the box."
We had lagoon passes to give away.
Yeah.
And so.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
The crash eastbound I-80 at exit 99, the SR-36 off-ramp, Lake Point. It's off to the right shoulder. Eastbound I-80 milepost 130, looks like there's an issue with a car fire in that area. And I'd mentioned it a little bit ago. There seemed to be something going on northbound I-15 coming around Point of the Mountain into Draper. Don't have an accident reported there. Just looks like it's kind of slow. If you're in that area and know what's going on, you can text us 33986. Brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
All right. Right after these messages, JD is here with Tech Talk.
Okay.
Talking about video games and some other websites and things like that. Internet. All coming up. Then Beat Gina is on the way. We'll play Beat Gina for a fabulous prize. And, that's all coming up along this.
Hot Wheels monster truck tickets.
Ooh, all right. So we'll get those going for you. And some news coming up, and we'll tell you about Barbie and Oppenheimer. Two people in this room have seen
some of it.
Half.
I've seen all of it.
You've seen both.
I've seen
you
one.
You saw half. I saw none. But I'm excited to hear about it from either of you. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
It is summer. Man, is it ever summer. It's hot. If you're wearing glasses, your glasses get hot. Wouldn't you like to get rid of them? And contact lenses are always a hassle when the air is so dry.
Oh, I hate them.
So enjoy freedom from glasses and contacts like Carrie and I do, because we went to Hoops Vision and had a state-of-the-art LASIK procedure to improve our vision. And they can improve it to 20/20 usually, and sometimes it's even sharper than 20/20.
That was my experience.
Which is weird.
Well, I got home right after the procedure, and I remember looking up at the mountain, and I was able to see what I thought were trees before. But then, after the procedure, I could see individual trees.
Yes. Whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, or have an astigmatism, LASIK can help improve your vision, and it may be less expensive than glasses or contacts in the long run. So call Hoops Vision now and make your free, no-obligation appointment, 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK, or go to hoopsvision.com.
Paramore in North America.
This is why.
my little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence. You know,
Is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. You know, and I use the dumb old dad jokes of, you know, it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a fawting spider."
My dad
Fawting
always said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, what the truth? Or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or did somebody step on a duck? Yeah. Is the other one.
Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one.
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
so
said,
like us.
I
learned
said,
it from watching you.
I said, honey, that was...
Did you high five her?
High five!
That was a loud one. And she said, it sounded like a door closing.
She means like the creak of the door?
And I said, it did kind of. And she said, a door with rusty hinges. Ouch. I just thought that
she's creative.
I thought that was the best.
So, you know, our children are learning from you.
So now it's just, you know, hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I just thought that was the best. A door.
Get some
with
3-in-1 oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those. Kids say the darndest
They
things.
Sure do.
All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you very much.
Well, here he is.
Found my way back.
It's JD, Jonathan Deasing. He's here with game news and all of that. He's the host of the 3-Bit, one of the hosts of the 3-Bit Gamer Show. And tell people about that.
Yeah, we talk about video games. We come out every Tuesday with a new episode. We have a rotating third member, and have a lot of fun.
Okay. Just look for it wherever fine podcasts are obtained.
Yes, sir.
All right, what do we got?
Okay, so we had kind of a dearth of the games this summer, which is a bummer, but one that's coming out that some people out there will be excited about. Pikmin 4.
Yes.
What is Pikmin?
Carrie knows what this is, I guess.
I got a nephew who a great nephew who loves this game.
Yes, yes. So any kids out there under like 13 that have a Nintendo Switch, this is basically just a gimme. Like, this is an automatic Christmas present or birthday present this year. Pikmin is this game where you run around, you're like a little astronaut, and you control these tiny little creatures called Pikmin, and they just follow you around like I don't know, like a bunch of ants.
Well, okay. It's cute.
Yeah,
it's cute.
Super cute, super colorful, and you throw it's like a puzzle game.
Okay.
And so you're using these Pikmin to solve puzzles. So if you have to cross, say, a big chasm, you might want to use a Pikmin that you can throw a certain color that freezes the water, and now you can walk across it.
Okay.
The red Pikmin, they start fires, so you might need to burn like a barrier to get through.
They're little helpers.
They're little helpers, and like you can also command them to go attack these scary looking. They're not that scary though. They're even the bad guys are cute. So this is the first Pikmin game we've had since 2013. I think people were like, why not? Why are we getting more Pikmin? Because they released the last one on the Wii U, and then they released it on the Switch.
Yeah.
So there is a Pikmin game on the Switch. Carrie, I'm sure your nephew plays it on the Switch.
I think
or
so.
Does he play? Okay, yeah. So when he gets this one, and this one is really cool. It lets you customize your character. So before you were playing as a guy in the story, now you can just make your own wherever you want, and then that guy from the original first couple games is like you're saving him. That's the story of this one. So it looks awesome. It looks fun for kids. And honestly, if you're playing with kids, this is one I think parents would like to just sit there and be like, oh yeah, throw the red Pikmin over there, because it's a fun puzzle game.
It looks
harmless.
and it looks reasonably easy to play.
Yes. Yeah, it's easy to pick up, and the reviews in this, because this is already out, the reviews are solid. This is like a no-brainer. Speaking of solid reviews, I talked about this game a couple of months ago. I think I was just kind of letting you guys know that it was out. I have since played it for an untold amount of hours I don't want to talk about.
It's that good, huh?
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It is the sequel to the first Zelda game on the Switch, which was Breath of the Wild. This is like a Godfather 2 situation. This is like the Dark Knight, or like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
So it's better than the first one.
It's better than the first one, so much so you're like, oh my god, do I even have to watch the first one anymore? You're like, no, just watch the second one. They took Breath of the Wild, and it's just like they just built so much on it, literally, because they have the whole world map from the first game. It's just all there. You can go back to the same places. And then they build it's essentially the Upside Down from like Stranger Things. The whole map is mirrored under there.
Oh, really?
So like so it's an underground world, and you can just go through these huge holes, these chasms, and when I say go, I mean you're skydiving. Like you're just free falling through a huge hole in the earth for probably 30 seconds, and then you end up in this huge area that is mirrors of the top world. So if there's like a lake in the surface world and you go down, it's just like a pillar of stone. And so you're like, and you start to kind of figure it out. And then on top of that, there are giant floating islands in the sky. So you can...
I've seen that in the video.
Because the world is some great upheaval, and they send... So beyond just like the giant map that is so jarring in its size, scale, and scope, the game itself is of course fantastic. They didn't just borrow or just use what they had in terms of gameplay from the first one. They added a bunch of like physics puzzles and physics and time.
You're excited about this one.
It's hard to explain how good this game is without having played it. There's the combat's amazing. You can catch and ride horses. There's skydiving, stuff like this. This is out now. It's on the Switch. If this is a game that you were like, oh, maybe I'll play Zelda, or if you're just looking for a game that you just want to just suck you in and just like, this is it. This is probably the best game I played in the last couple years. So much so I don't think I've ever done this where it's like, I want to talk about this game again because it's so good. But Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is a must play. On to some internet stuff, though.
All right.
This is something I discovered last night, and I clicked the link and thought, this is dumb. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this on X96. But after I listened to it for about 20 minutes, I found myself, oh no, I've been listening to it for 2 hours. This is lo-fi music. Are you guys familiar with lo-fi music? This puts random airport live air traffic control on top of it. I don't know if it's started yet here, Carrie.
You scoot ahead and
you say why, and that's what I said because I was like, who wants to hear the niner bringing it?
Oddly soothing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but after a couple minutes of this, I was just this is the type of music I wanted to listen to. I wanted to listen to air traffic controllers coming in over lo-fi music. It's called Lo-Fi ATC.com. You can choose which airport you want to listen to. I was listening to Ted Stevens up in Alaska, which was really busy last night because, it's an international hub. So, yeah.
I mean, I like lo-fi music just, when I'm home relaxing. That's nice, but I'm not, and it's not coming
we
out.
can't. Did you try a different airport?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they're closed.
Yeah, that's what I found last night. Is some of the airports
this
were really,
isn't-
really quiet.
This isn't recorded. This
No,
is
this
live.
is live air traffic control. That's why I was so surprised by it. It's not just like a recording via, it's just like a random selection of songs. Oh, there we go.
Southwest 2119, over tower, runway 25, line of way. Runway 25.
You know what?
I like
What's
it.
going on? Why is this so?
It actually works.
You know why? You know why?
Tell me.
Because pilots are trained to talk in that very soothing, just
slow.
very soothing.
And air traffic controllers.
Yeah,
That's
this
like
is-
an air traffic controller.
This is Denver.
Oh yeah, Denver will be a good busy one. Yeah, and you kind of just like end up listening to air. You're like, oh yeah, I'm just listening to lo-fi music, and then all of a sudden the little radio comes in.
62602 on the visual, 34 right.
It does work. You're right. It works.
You want a relaxing, just like you're working on your computer or something. Like it's weird. It's like maybe like a coffee shop kind of a feel where there's like a little buzz of, but you can't actually pick up on any of the words.
But that's okay.
Because you don't want to, because that'll distract you. So I'm glad we got this working. Thanks for sticking with me on it. LoFiATC.com. Here's a way worse one. Switching gears to something terrible. Now you're all relaxed and you were happy.
Okay.
Well, put on Concert Coffer. I don't know why anyone made this. This is the dumbest thing. It's concertcoffer.versal.app.
Is it people coughing?
So you can start Carrie, you can start like the concert if you like hit play or whatever. So someone's playing classical music in like a concert.
I can't get the music to
you
play.
can cough
And you can
through
just
it.
cough through it. There's just a button that just says cough.
What you're seeing is a stage with a grand piano and one person playing the piano. So it would just be piano. And for some reason, the piano music is not playing. But you can make it do this during.
And if you click it a bunch, just keep mashing it. Why did anyone make this terrible thing?
That's mean.
I wish I could get the piano. Music
Yeah,
to play.
sorry about that. It's pretty funny with just like classical music playing, just uninterrupted.
Okay.
And then the coughing, and then the last one, it's really downhill from the Lo-Fi ATC.
Yeah, you should have put
Sorry.
these in a different order.
I led
yeah.
with the good one. This is Poop Fiction.
What?
You guys spend some time on the John, and you're like, I'm out of things to read.
Yeah.
Well, Poop Fiction's got you covered.
Find me a story, it says.
You could select. I guess people could estimate how long their poops are going to be.
Tiny, short, medium, or long.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just in it for however long my body keeps me down there. I'm just here. But if you can select a 3-minute story. It pulls Poop Fiction pulls these stories from Gutenberg.org, which is it hosts 70,000 free ebooks, and I think they're constantly. It's a nonprofit. And
Okay,
the whole
there's
thing.
there's the positive for here.
Yeah, so it is
Learn about-
real.
okay.
It is real fiction, but you basically it'll just give you a random short story.
Yeah, and they're all about different things. I mean, they go from everything from Aesop fables to,
there's a lot of history stuff.
Not a lot of poop stuff, so that may be misleading.
I mean, you don't have to read it in the bathroom. What if you're at the doctor's office and you just want something to read for 5-10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So just these quick short stories, and they're just from, they're from Gutenberg, which is good. If you want to go to Gutenberg.org, you can kind of check it out. But the website is readpoopfiction.com.
Wow.
Somebody says, I can attest to how good Tears of the Kingdom is. I've put 95 hours of gameplay already.
Wow. I don't want to look. I think there's a way to look it up, and I've been scared to figure it out because I'm like, oh, it's bad.
Oh,
is that it?
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, traffic jam, please.
Crash eastbound SR201 75th West, the center lane affected there. Also crash eastbound I-80 at the off-ramp in Lake Point, Tooele, SR36 there. Those are the only issues UDOT's reporting. I do see some slowage northbound I-15 coming around Point of the Mountain into Draper. And then it looks like it picks up again in Sandy. If you see something, you can text us 33986 and I will pass it along. Your summer drives just got more affordable with 4.99% auto loans for a limited time only at utahfirst.com.
All right, 2 good reasons to stick around. We're going to play Beat Gina coming up. And it's potpourri, multiple choice, pop culture trivia. And if you beat Gina, when you beat Gina, you will win
When? You don't know. Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live tickets. They're coming to Maverick Center on September 16th and 17th.
All right, so you get those monster truck tickets. The sooner you line up, the better your chances of playing and beating Gina in Beat Gina. 877-602-9696 is the phone number, 877-602-9696. Now, the song we're going to play before we play Beat Gina, vinyl. I got my vinyl. We're gonna play some Devo coming up, some Devo from my vinyl collection. So stand by for that. All on the way. 877-602-9696. SaltLakeFilmSociety.org, SLFS.org.
So it's the Summer Showdown. They're putting films against each other, and it's up to you to decide who is the king of summer. You go to slfstix.org. That's where you buy tickets. That's also where you can see the Summer Showdown leaderboard. I was just trying to see who's in the lead. I think it was The Big Lebowski last time I looked.
That's a pretty popular one. It's one of my favorites.
And you can still donate toward it. So even if your favorite movie has played already, and maybe you went to see it, but you really wanted to win.
Donate some money on behalf of the...
You can donate money on behalf of it. Let's see. This weekend we have, Night Riders on the 28th. I'm not sure what that is. But I do know what Starship Troopers is.
Yes!
That's the 29th.
Underrated movie, I think.
And they only show one time. You get one chance to go see these. Like if it's a favorite movie like Starship Troopers, you want to see it on the big screen, go to slfstix.org. I have a little, just a taste. Is
it sponsored?
No.
All right.
And now a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Here's the headline. Teen suspect said she would have, quote, killed sooner if she knew she'd get McDonald's.
Well, who wouldn't?
Murder. A Pennsylvania teenager accused of fatally stabbing her disabled older sibling with a kitchen knife.
Wow.
Told a police officer, I Michael Myers'd my sister. Shortly after the grisly killing, according to testimony heard in a Pennsylvania court. Claire Miller, now 16, was 14 years old when prosecutors in Lancaster County say she repeatedly stabbed her sister Helen in the neck while her parents were sleeping. Helen, who has cerebral palsy, was found with a pillow over her face and a knife still in her neck when officers arrived. When the teen's lawyer introduced testimony from psychiatrists who said Claire had been suffering from hallucinations and psychosis at the time of the killing, the family said she showed no signs of distress.
Where does the McDonald's play in?
Yeah.
Well, Officer John Martin told the court that Claire Miller, the suspect, reacted jubilantly when police officers brought her fast food after they had arrested her, and quoted her as saying, "Ooh, McDonald's. I would have killed someone sooner if I knew I was going to get McDonald's."
And they say that's a confession?
I believe she has a problem of some sort.
He also said she spoke of her love of horror movies after hearing a notification on his phone that played the theme song from the 1978 slasher film Halloween.
Well, that's what did it. Too many horror movies.
She was excited that the cop that arrested her had, he gets her, I guess.
Would her attorneys plead diminished mental capacity?
Well, psychiatrists have called that she was suffering from a major disorder, anxiety, psychosis. I mean, clearly she has trouble, but McDonald, it's
good.
Yeah, that was the notification on the cop's phone, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I Michael Myers, my sister. Can I get some more McDonald's, please?"
I wonder what they got her. I'll bet it was nuggets.
Probably nuggets.
Probably nuggets.
Probably nuggets.
Because you're safe, almost, because everybody likes nuggets. People have different choices of hamburger.
That's true.
But I think everybody will go for a nugget.
And nobody says no to a nugget. I don't think.
I don't even know. I haven't eaten a McDonald's hamburger in a long time. Do they? So they still have the Big Mac.
Of course.
Yeah.
But what else do they have?
What do you mean? They got a quarter pounder?
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. What else do they have?
I don't think the menu's changed.
It's McDonald's. They don't do special
They got the
burgers.
McDLT?
Really?
Nope.
No, they haven't had that for
The hot
30
side hood and the
years.
cool side cool?
I missed the McDonald's.
So listen, how about the McRib?
That's a seasonal item.
What season?
The ribs hot dog season.
Hot dog season? McRib season?
So that's it? A quarter pounder and a Big Mac?
I mean, yeah.
And nuggets?
Yes.
And
Murder.
And murder. I can do another very quick morsel of murder if you like.
Sure.
Does it involve fast food?
No. It involves a wealthy dentist.
It always does.
Accused of fatally shooting his wife in the heart with a shotgun at the end of an African safari, has been found guilty of murder and mail fraud.
Murder.
Larry Rudolph was charged in the death of his wife Bianca in Zambia, as well as mail fraud for cashing in a $4.8 million life insurance claim on what prosecutors describe as a premeditated crime. Now, Bill, you were just talking about life insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much your family wants to cash in on you, but you got to be careful if you've got a nice fat life insurance policy.
Listen, I'm not going to be around that much longer anyway. They're,
So Rudolph maintained his innocence, but at the end of a safari in Zambia, he said, "My wife was a nervous traveler."
Yes.
And shot herself with a shotgun. So picture a shotgun.
Yeah.
Picture what she would have to do to.
Yeah, that's not going to
in her heart.
In her heart. That's not.
She shot herself while trying to pack in a hurry as they were preparing to return back to the United States.
She was packing her shotgun.
Yes. And she shot herself in the heart. No. That didn't.
I looked up the McDonald's menu.
Uh-huh.
They don't really have.
It's a limited menu.
They got crispy chicken sandwich.
Those are good. I
the
like
Big
those.
Mac, the quarter pounder with cheese, and the egg McMuffin, and it says a sausage burrito. But wait a minute, they still have the fish, don't they?
Oh, of course.
Fillet of fish.
The fillet
But
of fish.
But it's not here. It's not on this.
It's not on the menu.
Not on this
Should
one.
be.
Oh, fillet of fish. So yeah, that's kind of weird there. I always thought there were more things you could get.
No, it's a very limited menu.
I want a Big Mac now.
You should get that for lunch.
I haven't had a Big Mac in age.
I can eat like. We went to the mall one time, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And they were
They were having a sale. It was like 2 for $5.
Well, it was they had a special. It was like a double Big Mac.
Yeah.
And I said I could eat 3 of them.
Was this Dare food? Is that what you're
kind
talking
of.
about?
So we went over to the Crossroads Mall, and I did in fact eat 3, and it was double Big Macs. It was kind of this special weird thing with like.
It's like
4 patties.
4 all beef patties.
Yeah.
Special sauce,
And
lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions.
I ate 3 of them.
On a sesame seed.
Yeah. It was not a good thing to do. I felt bad afterwards.
You can just go there and have just a regular amount of food.
Well, I want 2. I can eat. Big Macs are really, they go down easy.
I haven't had one in ages.
Me either. I really want one now.
I haven't been.
You're craving one, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I always liked them. I just haven't had one in a long time.
playing the vinyl. The album New Traditionalists. It's Devo. And you see what the sleeve is for the record?
Yeah.
You could send for T-shirts and things like that. I wonder if I
still
could
have that.
Oh, it's a marketing ploy.
Yeah, I wonder if I could still get a official model Devo T-shirt for $6.
I don't think so.
Anyway, let me play my vinyl. Thank you very much. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Oh, yeah. No, it's not, actually. So just go.
Well, now
I'm sorry.
I'm thrown now.
I'm sorry.
I rely on you for those few seconds. All right, never mind.
It's a beautiful world, and it's time for another beautiful edition of Beat Gina. I'm Beat Gina booth announcer Johnny Ola with news from Covent Garden about how you can make extra money by growing mushrooms. There is a big demand for mushrooms today, and production has fallen. You can grow these mushrooms almost anywhere, in your own basement, spare shed, garage, or air raid shelter, all the year round. And our new method requires no manure. You can make mushroom beds that will yield crops the year round. Start without delay and start reaping the benefit of the exceptionally high prices for cultivated mushrooms now being obtained. There is no risk to you, the grower. Covent Garden will undertake to buy all or part of your crop, whichever you wish, at guaranteed prices if you don't wish to sell locally. Send immediately for your free illustrated booklet, Mushroom Growing for Profit. Just send your name and address to the British mushroom industry, Covent Garden, London. And now, let's greet the man who has no need of growing mushrooms. He makes a handsome living as the host of Beat Gina, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Although I was thinking about growing mushrooms in my, what was it, fallout shelter?
Your fallout air raid shelter.
My air raid shelter. Yes. I was thinking about that. All right. Well, Gina, the randomizer has picked a contestant for you to play against. You'll be playing against Ben today.
Hi,
Hello, Ben. How are you?
Ben.
I'm good. How are you?
All right, Ben, we're good. We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Well, let me bring up the coin toss app, which people got to witness the excitement in person.
Yeah.
Boy, it certainly was.
Harry really uses it.
Heads or tails, Ben?
Let's go with tails.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi.
Ben, you're one step closer to getting these tickets to the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live at the Maverick Center on September 16th and 17th. You can find more information at x96.com.
Since you won the coin toss, Ben, that means you go first. This first question is for you to answer. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I'll allow Gina to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth till one of you has 3 points. We begin with you. We're starting with St. Patrick's Day trivia.
Well,
it's going way back. Leftover St. Patrick's Day trivia. First question for Ben. Ben, according to folklore, what is a leprechaun's main occupation? They have jobs, yes. What is a leprechaun's main occupation? Is it 1, a cruise ship magician? Is it 2, a baker? 3, a shoemaker or cobbler? Or 4, ambassador of buzz?
I'm guessing a shoemaker.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Trying to trick him with the baker,
baker,
there, weren't
yeah.
you?
1 point. Oh, those are elves.
Those are
the
elves.
Keebler elves.
Exactly.
Those are specific elves,
It's-
not all.
No, the leprechauns are not
not
elves.
Oh, okay.
They are not.
And they're not supposed to intermarry either.
All right, Gina.
Yes.
It is Reese Witherspoon trivia.
Okay.
What role did she audition for but did not get?
Okay.
Was it 1, Lois Lane in Superman Returns?
Okay.
Was it 2, Rachel Dawes in Batman Begins? 3, Cobra Commander in G.I. Joe? Or 4, Chief Chirpa in Return of the Jedi?
It could be 1 or 2. I'm going with 2.
That is correct.
Which is what?
Batman Begins, Rachel Dawes.
That's 1-1, and now back to Ben.
Ben. Vince Vaughn trivia. Which co-star did Vince Vaughn date while they were filming together? So who did he date while they were filming together? Was it 1, Kristen Davis? Was it 2, Jennifer Aniston? Was it 3, Ron Paul? Or was it 4, Mel Gibson? Because he'd date her.
I'm going to have to go with Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston is correct.
2-1. Now, Gina, you have a chance to tie.
All right.
Gina. Another Vince Vaughn trivia question.
Okay.
The working title for the movie Dodgeball was. Now, the working title, of course, is the title they use while they're in production. We haven't landed on a title yet. We're just doing it under this. Was it 1, Underdogs? Was it 2, That's Gonna Leave a Mark? Was it 3, Updog? Or was it 4, Salty Dogs?
Underdogs?
Underdogs. Correct.
It's 2-2. Ben, you could win on this question.
Pretty Woman trivia.
Oh, come
Ben.
on.
Well, let's see if he gets it
Okay,
wrong. Then
all right.
you'll jump in and save the day. What car does Edward drive in the beginning of the movie? What car in the beginning of the movie? You know this. Huh?
Gina's only seen the movie 82 times.
Ben?
Corners like it's on rails.
What is the car? Is it 1, the Audi R8 e-tron, 2, the Wagon Queen family truckster in metallic P, 3, 74 Dodge Monaco with police add-ons, or 4, a Lotus Esprit?
Esprit.
That might be a hint.
My
Ben.
wife would kill me if I didn't know the answer to this. It's a Lotus.
Lotus
the
is
Lotus.
correct.
Ben wins the game.
Wow.
Doesn't it blow your
3-2.
mind? It only has 4 cylinders.
Huh?
That's a line.
What and what does that mean to you, Gina?
I don't know what car.
Nothing, right?
I don't know what.
Julia Roberts ended up driving it for him because he couldn't do stick very well.
Exactly.
Well, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Well, Ben, you know your movie.
Yeah.
All right, Ben, congratulations. Hang on the line, and someone will tell you about your prize.
Hang on.
Yeah. I've got to go. My mushrooms are growing.
All right. Big boy news now, brought to you by.
Blast into summer with Clark Planetarium. Annual membership starting at just $35. You're sure to fill your summer with out-of-this-world experiences that are a blast for all ages. Go to clarkplanetarium.org for more information.
Matchbox 20's Push makes an appearance in the new blockbuster Barbie movie. Sung by Ryan Gosling, who plays Ken in the film. The 1996 hit is the butt of a joke in the film, but the band singer, Rob Thomas, was okay with that. When I got a call for Barbie, they told me Ken's by the fireside and he's playing the song, and it's his favorite band, he told USA Today. So I did this thinking, and I'd be the butt of the joke, and I was fine with that because I'm pretty thick-skinned.
What's the song, Dennis?
Push. In the scene, Ken plays guitar and attempts to serenade Barbie with Matchbox 20's 1996 hit song, an endeavor that goes on for hours and hours and hours. How did the song end up there? Well, it started with director and co-writer Greta Gerwig, who was trying to think of a compliment to the song Barbie sings along to, a cover of the Indigo Girls, Closer to Fine, performed by Indigo Girls, right? So I was like, well, if Barbies love Indigo Girls, Closer to Fine, which is one of my favorite songs of all time, the Kens might really attach to Matchbox 20, Gerwig said. Gerwig said, I was also a big fan of that song, Push, when I was growing up. I loved it. So that's how it got in there. There you go.
It was
And
funny.
thank God Ryan Reynolds. Thank God for Ryan Reynolds.
Just generally, I would
But
agree.
he's bringing Alf back. Alf is coming back to the small screen thanks to Ryan Reynolds after revealing that he and his production company, Maximum Effort, are working on a Biker Mice from Mars reboot.
Which was a really obscure Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. The Canadian actor is bringing back another classic in a different form. The Hollywood Reporter broke the news Monday. The Ryan Reynolds, in association with Alf creator Paul Fusco and Shout Studios, will be getting the famous alien back in television as part of some sponsored segments on the Maximum Effort channel. So what that's saying to me is that Alf is going to be like a interstitial.
Yeah, he'll do promos,
announce shows and things like that.
Coming up on the program.
Yeah. Willie. I'm excited to see this. 2 people have been injured in a chemical explosion this morning. A chemical tank exploded here in Salt Lake. Dan Walker, Division Chief of the Salt Lake Fire Department, said the workers had minor injuries resulting from the accident. One was taken to the hospital for medical care. The other was not. The explosion created a significantly loud boom that was heard several blocks away, but it didn't cause an extended fire. And Walker said that there are no hazards to the community. No chemicals have been released into the air. The explosion occurred near 1905 West Fortune Road, which I bet you can just go, oh, I know exactly where that is. I have no idea. It's apparently it intersects with California Avenue somewhere. Property owners were at the building when the explosion occurred, but there was some damage to the structure, but fortunately no major injuries, and again, no chemicals released into the air. Authorities, this is a story from the Gina File.
Okay.
Authorities in Japan announced Tuesday that they have arrested a woman and her parents in connection with a case in which a decapitated man was found in a hotel room bathtub 3 weeks ago.
I have not heard this story.
Reports say an employee at the hotel in the northern city of Sapporo found the naked, headless body slumped in the tub on July 2. The victim's head was missing until Monday, when police said they found it in the family home of a psychiatrist. According to the Kyoto News Agency. Authorities said they detained Runa Tamura and her 59-year-old psychiatrist father, Osama Tamura, on Monday on suspicion of conspiring to behead the victim in the hotel room before moving the severed head to another location in the dead of night. Their home was raided. Police arrested Runa's mother, Hiroko Tamura, 62-year-old part-time worker, on suspicion of conspiring with her husband and daughter on the same charge. Police did not provide details about how the daughter and her parents allegedly collaborated, and a motive is still being investigated. Authorities also did not confirm if Ruma and the victim, identified as Hitoshi Ura, were known to each other. Runa may have a history of mental illness, police said, with local media reports suggesting she had been reclusive since she was young. But, of course, her psychiatrist father agreed to help her behead somebody. Local... oh, come on, open up. Well, maybe we'll move on to another story then. A man suffered severe injuries. This will strike a chord, Gina.
Okay.
After jumping into a reservoir in Utah County, but realizing too late that the water was too shallow.
Oh.
Festus.
Sergeant Spencer Cannon with the Utah County Sheriff's Office said the man in his 30s jumped into Pete Windward Reservoir in Payson Canyon. About 2:30 p.m., he jumped off a cement structure that's part of the reservoir, but the water where he landed was only about 1.5 feet deep. The impact caused the man to lose all feeling below his neck, and he could not move below the neck.
Wow.
So U.S. Deputies and Payson Fire Department personnel responded. The Air Med helicopter took him to the hospital. The man was in critical condition, but he has started to regain some feeling.
See? Could have been worse.
I know. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
I've said that many times.
Could have been worse for Festus.
The relentless extreme heat has broken records this summer all across the United States, and experts are warning relief could still be some time coming. Phoenix is in the epicenter of a heat dome that's baking the U.S., shattering countless records this month. This week in Phoenix, temperatures are forecast to remain above 110 degrees, marking a heat streak going for more than 3 weeks of over 100.
Mm-hmm.
And counting and beating the all-time record set in 1974 by at least a week. Across the country, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says more than 5,000 heat and rainfall records have been broken over a 30-year period. In Las Vegas, they saw 11 days in a row of temperatures at 110 above. El Paso endured 40 days of 100-plus degree temperatures with no relief forecast. Heat-associated deaths have been reported across the nation. Most recently, 2 women hiking in Nevada found dead where the temperatures had reached 114. And it goes on. And again, they're saying there is no relief anytime soon.
I'm hot!
Trader Joe's
Yes.
has had to recall some product, and they are very popular. Trader Joe's has recalled 2 brands of cookies from their shelves.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
I get their cookies.
Trader Joe Almond Windmill Cookies.
No.
And Trader Joe's Dark Chocolate Chunkin' Almond Cookies.
No.
They got rocks in them.
They got rocks?
They might have rocks in
Like
them.
you do.
You know, They might have rocks in them.
I
They
got the
roadkill cookies?
I got the stove next to the pile of rocks.
The chain has pulled the cookies from their shelves and destroyed them, and consumers, you can throw them away, or if you want, return them for a full refund to Trader Joe's. All right, that's it.
Sports?
Yes, sports weather traffic.
This just in. LeBron James' son, Bronny,
Yes.
rushed to the hospital after suffering cardiac arrest during a basketball workout.
What?
Yeah, he's apparently now in stable condition, but he was in the ICU. Family's asking for privacy at this time, and they said they'll update the media when they have more information. Sources say that 911 call was made at 9:30. Yeah, this is yesterday, but this just came across the news just now from USC's basketball center where they were practicing, and he collapsed in cardiac arrest during practice. So we hope things are okay for Bronny and his family.
All right.
That's your sports. Weather, as Bill was just saying, it's bad. 97 today actually will be the coolest of the next week or so. A slight chance of showers this evening, not as big a chance as we had last night, but we could see a little bit passing through this evening and into tonight. Tomorrow, 99 for a high, and then Thursday on, that's when we get to 100 and above, and it just stays there for the foreseeable future. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-15 at 8 South, milepost 307. It's on the right shoulder. Still no accident being reported at Point of the Mountain, northbound I-15 coming into Draper, but UDOT cameras are still showing some slowage through there. Also slow southbound coming into downtown Salt Lake from Bountiful. Looks like there's not crash there, but just causing some slowage for normal morning congestion. Excel Automotive Repair, commuter vehicle repair specialists, Asian and small domestic vehicles, dealership quality service at independent shop rates. Located at 33rd South, 290 East. To make an appointment, go to excelautomotiverepair.com.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We'll be back after this very short break, and we'll get some reviews for Barbie and Oppenheimer. Ooh, coming up. Stand by.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA. But this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh no! If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, smoking psychotherapist.
We dare you. All right, 8:45. Because maybe you saw Barbie. Maybe you saw Oppenheimer.
I saw Barbie, went to the Broadway and saw it there. And it's playing on 2 screens there. And it's really very entertaining. It's exceptionally entertaining. And I won't give away, but the very last line spoken in the movie is just hilarious.
It is. I mean, there's lots of...
It's
in,
just
in
hilarious.
fact, there's so many funny lines in it. My daughter at one point leaned over and said, "You're laughing really loud a lot."
Mom.
I said, "Well, that's really funny."
So it was
Mother.
my wife and my 19-year-old and I went to see it, and they both just loved it. Just loved it.
And all of this right-wing...
There's a big backlash, yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, it's because it's easy. It's an easy target.
Yeah,
but
it's really easy to say this is a movie made by people who hate men.
It's not, though.
No, it's not. but it's easy to because all of the men in it, all of the Kens, are pretty much just bland, awful creatures. They're bland. They're not mean. They're just
So there's Barbie world and real world.
Yeah.
And it's reversed. Like the patriarchy is reversed in Barbie land.
Yeah.
Barbie
It's
land.
the matriarchy, I guess.
The matriarchy. Yeah, I guess you would call it that. Yeah.
And the point they're making is neither one of these are good.
Neither one of them are real. I mean, they're not.
It shouldn't be this way or that way.
Yeah.
We should all be ourselves.
And they were both way overstated to make a point.
That's what I mean. I think the people that are upset about this either haven't seen it or didn't get it. But I heard I heard somebody describe this Barbie movie as Black Panther for white women.
I will tell you, Carrie, though, I'll warn you,
What?
it's almost a musical comedy.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of singing and dancing.
Well, I'll be okay for a movie.
I know you hate musical comedy.
And I'm not a crier. There was sniffling going on at the end of the movie. I was not expecting to cry.
And Margot Robbie is just incredible. I mean, she
is a delight.
She is you couldn't ask for more than she can give.
Everybody in this. Margot, Ryan Gosling is wonderful.
Yeah, he's good.
Kate McKinnon is
funny, very funny.
I was going to say,
What is she?
I heard about the role she's playing,
Yeah.
and that's perfect.
What is she? Ill-formed Barbie? No.
No, she's Weird Barbie.
Had another name for her too, I think.
She's Weird Barbie.
Yeah.
America Ferrera.
Oh, she's
is
really good.
great in it.
She's good in just about everything.
It's now I saw it before I saw Oppenheimer. So we did Barbenheimer. We did the double feature, stay at the theater, do the whole thing.
And so how is Oppenheimer? I haven't seen it yet, and I really would like to.
Well, so I can see why people said you should see Oppenheimer first and finish with Barbie, but I don't agree, because I think what happens is you see Barbie, you see Oppenheimer, and then you think, I kind of want to go see Barbie again. So do it twice. Not because it's bad, because
Well, talk about what it is.
it's a major downer. It's really good. It made me want to learn more about that period of time.
It's based on a book, so that's where I would suggest you go. A book about Oppenheimer.
It delves into his personal life a little bit. He's married, but he also has a mistress, played by Florence Pugh, who's a fantastic actress who was naked for most of her time on screen. Now, there's a scene that Bill talked about earlier where Florence Pugh and Cillian Murphy were talking in a very intimate way, and they're both naked while they're doing it, and I'm like, that makes sense to me. But there was another scene where I'm like, okay, Florence, we don't need Florence naked in the whole movie.
Okay, well, quit obsessing on that and tell us more about the movie.
She's not naked in either of her Marvel appearances.
Okay.
In the Black Widow movie or in the Hawkeye TV series. She's not naked.
Again, fantastic cast. Robert Downey Jr. as Louis Strauss. Emily Blunt plays his wife. Rami Malek is in it. Matt Damon is in it.
Who plays Einstein?
Oh, who does play Einstein?
And did I read
Tom
somewhere?
Conti.
Oh, I know who that is. Did I read somewhere that he doesn't really have any lines?
No,
He does have lines.
He has lines, and they're some of the most important lines of the movie. I think this movie comes out at an important time because we are just far enough away from the atomic bomb being dropped that I don't think we remember how close we were to the entire planet blowing up.
Excuse me, Gina. I don't think we remember how close we are to the entire
Well, no,
planet
that's what
blowing
I'm
up.
saying. I think this comes out at a good time, and everybody should see it. You don't leave it feeling good or positive or
no, it's the atomic bomb.
People are horrible.
Yeah.
And I heard someone as we were leaving, I saw this in Ogden, as we were leaving, they said, that's why you don't trust the government. What? Which is not wrong, but that's their takeaway from it.
That's their takeaway?
Yeah, that's why you don't trust the government.
Well, the government kept their tabs on Oppenheimer.
Well, not just that.
And then they brought him up at the House on American Activities.
And they removed his security clearance.
Right. After he'd done the job for them.
Because after he did it, he's like, okay, we did this thing. Now we need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Here's how I think we should continue with this program. And they didn't agree with him. It's heavy.
He had 2 kids with Emily Blunt.
They don't really talk about that a whole lot.
But interesting. So Oppenheimer fell in love with, this is just what I know of his life, fell in love with New Mexico many years before he ever...
Yeah, he owned a ranch there.
Yeah,
He's like, I've got the perfect place where we can do this.
He fell in love with it. He learned to horseback ride, and he went there with his brother all the time. And so they went and built Los Alamos very near his ranch. When he died, his son inherited the ranch, and his daughter inherited he'd built this beachside getaway home. I forget exactly where it is, someplace on the Irish coast, and he built this home there, and he and his wife liked to go there and get away. When he died, his wife lived there, and then when she died, the daughter inherited that place, and I believe it was his daughter who hanged herself there.
Oh,
yeah. It doesn't.
They don't go that far into the future with this.
That's just sort of footnotes to the movie.
Yeah. I feel like I need to learn more. If I have a criticism about it, is they make assumptions that you know more about that time than you
Oh,
do.
I see. Well, then there's
It's
a couple of documentaries on Netflix.
Yeah. It's even though it's 3 hours long, I wish I'd had a little more background information on it.
At what point in the movie does Oppenheimer hop inside that refrigerator
No, that's
is able to survive?
No, that's Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. I might have my movies mixed up.
And Carrie was telling me to pay attention because you had heard there's no CGI in it.
He was very determined not to have any CGI, so apparently the bomb explosion is done using old school special effects techniques where they have like a water tank and you don't know it's a water tank, but that's how they make the cloud
billow up
and all that. He said he didn't want to do any CGI. So that's another reason I'm curious to see it. Amy Donaldson thought it was brilliant. She was tweeting about it.
Excellent. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I need to see both of them again for different reasons. But go see them both. Mm-hmm. It was, and I haven't done a double feature at the movie for a long time.
How did that go?
It was fun. It had popcorn for for twice in one day, and and it was packed. The movie theater was packed.
Well, yeah. I mean, when we were down there for our mixer, right next to the movie theater there on 33rd, I've not seen a movie theater parking lot filled like that for a very long time.
And everyone was dressed in pink.
Oh, cool.
I mean, I went and had my pedicure like the day before, and now OPI is a nail polish company, and they come out with themed polishes for it's not always for a movie. Often it's for a movie, though. And they have Barbie polish.
Yes.
There's like 6 different colors you can get.
Different shades of pink?
Yeah, so I picked your classic Barbie pink. But missed opportunity for OPI. They could have had a Oppenheimer line of nail polish. You could have had black. You could have had like glowing green. You could have had a reddish brown for the desert of New Mexico. There missed opportunity is what.
Gina, I was telling you last week that Sam Waterston played Oppenheimer on a TV show that I saw a long time ago. 1979, BBC commissioned, they did a 7-part miniseries with Sam Waterston, who was only 40 years old at the time, on Oppenheimer. It's called Oppenheimer, and I think it's available, some of it's available on YouTube. Oh, okay. And it was really good.
Somebody says Cillian Murphy for Oscar nomination. Yes, I could see.
It's Cillian.
Cillian?
It's Cillian.
Killian. Yeah. And I think Barbie should get nominated, too.
They will.
I imagine it will.
Let's see. Traffic. We've got crash southbound I-15, 8 south and Salt Lake off to the right shoulder. A little bit of slowage northbound I-15 coming around Point of the Mountain into Draper. And that's about it. If you see something or want to correct me on how to pronounce Killian or Cillian, you can do that via text at 33986.
I just looked it up to make sure. It's Killian.
All right, KXRK Provo. All right, we're going to take a break. We got some messages and a song. And after that song, it's the easiest contest of the day, the Boner Recap. I mean, we already told you the answer to the question. Who won the boner today? That's the question. Call and win. 877-602-9696. What is the prize?
Blue October tickets. Local band, Blue October.
Yes, local favorites, Blue October.
Coming to the Union November 24th.
877-602-9696. The sooner you line up, the better your chances of winning those Blue October tickets. Randlife.com/X96.
If you are a licensed loan officer, and you should know if you are or not, I would think, Rand Life Home Loans really wants you. They are looking for experienced professionals to join the Rand Life team. Rand Life has been doing business in the Valley and the community here for over 20 years, and they have established themselves as a very trusted name in the mortgage industry. I think they've had I must have been one of their first customers, because
You might have been.
swear my mortgages about 20 years with them. Rand Life has established themselves as a very trusted name. They're expanding their workforce and specifically looking for people like you, skilled loan officers. Rand Life offers more than a job. They have a great pay structure, but they have rewards, and they respect your off time so that you can relax. So take the next step in your career. If you're ready to make a difference and join a team of driven professionals, send your resume today to apply@randlife.com. That's apply@randlife.com.
Homeless.
Radio from Hell. Kerry Jackson there. Yes. I'm Bill Allred. We used to have somebody on the show named Gina.
Yeah.
I've kind of forgotten what she looks like even. And I don't remember much about her, but filling in for her, and I guess she'll return at some point.
Tuesday.
Okay. Filling in is Nick. Nick's your buddy. Nick's your pal.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on the radio here usually when?
Late nights, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Nick at night.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you enjoy coming in to do the morning show?
I mean, it's a complete reversal of my sleep schedule, but outside of that, I love being here.
That's all you have to say about it?
I don't wake up until about 30 minutes to an hour after you guys are done with your show most days. I'm doing the late night.
Well, yeah. So, but that's all you have to say about the privilege that we've offered you?
I love being here. I interned years ago. I love being in the studio, the pep and Shazam of live radio.
Shazam. Who did you intern for?
I've been all around the building, baby.
Huh?
Yeah.
Nick, did you put up a poll about your mustache?
Oh, we just got it. I sent the pics over to Katie, and it's over on our Twitter feed right now.
Do we have a before and after?
I sent them,
Okay,
yeah. And
all
remember, keep in mind, as the rules required earlier, I picked the photos of the before mustache and the after mustache.
And this was where? Where are we seeing?
Where can we vote?
Twitter is
All
where
right,
you can
so
vote.
it's the
At
Radio
Radio
from
Hell. Yep.
Okay.
I've retweeted it on my
take a
page as
look
well,
at it.
at Nick Drools. Yeah, only
Now
a few votes so far.
The question is, should Nick shave his mustache or not?
I mean, the question on the poll says what looks better, but...
Well, I think this is what we need to get to.
Yeah.
Now, you purposely picked a very dour and sad... I mean, you're dressed the same. I admire that. You're wearing the same outfit.
Yeah.
But the picture that you picked of you without the mustache...
Correct.
...is you're purposely being unattractive.
I think I look great in that photo.
Uh-huh.
You look like Wesley from Star Trek The Next Generation.
I'm in front of a mirror. I'm trying to bring my model face together.
Uh-huh. Well,
now there it is. If you go to x96.com/live, you can
wearing a Christmas sweater and sticking his belly out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really
I've
an
lost some
attractive
weight
photo,
since then.
Nick.
And then there's the picture of you with your mustache.
Can you put that up too?
Again, in the same outfit, but looking confident in himself and happy.
What is the motivation, Nick, for you to grow and sport a mustache?
What is the motivation?
Yeah, what's the
thought?
Confidence.
To show that you are confident.
Confidence?
Oh, you mean it gives you confidence, or?
I got the baby face, right? I need some. I need some facial hair, or else I just look like a 13-year-old.
Well, why not grow more than just a mustache? Then?
I got patchy face. I got patchy facial hair outside of my mustache.
Yeah, you could color that in.
I could. I've done that, actually.
Yeah, I bet you have. I think you should not worry about your youthful visage.
I like how we look. What's the problem with that?
It's very rare exception that a person can wear a mustache and get away with
standalone
it.
mustache and pull it off.
It's just not.
It's not a look that works for many people.
I've said it before, and she means it sincerely. My wife loves the mustache, and who else's opinion matters on the issue?
That's true. So far, with the mustache is winning. So if you go to our Twitter feed at Radio from Hell, you can see and vote.
I knew it would.
Now, here's the story that I wanted to bring to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that your wife likes it. I think she's just being nice.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, honey. I don't care. Miles Teller, actor, Maverick, Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
Now in that role, standalone mustache. Now this is a very handsome man.
Yeah.
All right. Miles Teller's wife prefers her man clean shavens. While chatting with people about doing this other thing, Miles Teller opens up about how his wife was not a big fan of the mustache that he sported while shooting Top Gun Maverick.
Does it look dumb?
What does she know?
My wife made me shave it immediately after filming. Reacting to the grooming, I'm a big fan of it. If it makes people more confident, then more power to them. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be a summer trend because of this movie, and then die out. But his wife insisted.
Yeah.
As soon as he got home, are you done with that stupid movie?
Yeah.
Shave the mustache off.
I think that's the people. I can name two people who look good with a mustache.
Yeah.
Tom Selleck and Ned Flanders. Those are the only two people who should be wearing mustache.
It might be a generational thing, though, as well. There's a lot of younger people sporting mustaches these days.
Yeah, but that's it's because you're trying to be hip. It's trying to be, we're retro, we're hip.
You see that, you say that my, wife is just being nice to me, but keep in mind, I got married last year, and it's a pretty big decision.
Are you guys living together yet?
Yeah. We just got together. It's crazy.
Wow.
And I feel like if she was just being kind about the whole thing, she wouldn't let it slide for specifically the wedding photos. Because I came to her and I asked, does this stay or does this go? It all comes down to you. And she said, I love it. I want you to keep it. And I said, we're taking wedding photos in this. And she said, no, it has to stay. I love it.
Is it because now you guys have matching mustaches, and that's the reason.
Adorable. Don't you say that about my wife.
You look adorable in those wedding photos.
Don't you say that about my gorgeous bride.
She is beautiful.
Well, we'll keep this. I guess the Twitter polls last 24 hours or something.
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow.
So tomorrow at about this time, we'll have an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Right. And I'll bring a razor and some shaving cream and.
Okay.
We'll remove it.
Okay.
If the voting goes that way.
If it goes that way, I may let you shave my mustache off my face.
Okay. I'll bring my straight razor.
Yeah.
You don't really want to get that close to him, though, do
No,
you?
I don't.
No, I didn't think so.
Sam Elliott mustache.
Yeah.
Now, see, people are saying Henry Cavill in the Mission Impossible movie with his mustache, and I disagree.
Yeah, no.
I thought he looked good in that.
Clean shaven Henry Cavill's the way to go.
Chris Evans has one in this Netflix movie. I saw a little bit. He doesn't look bad, I have to say.
He got rid of it, I think. He said he grew it because he was playing the villain and he wanted to have a mustache.
Twirl it.
To twirl.
Yeah. He's a damn handsome man.
Handsome man.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
So, see, if you were more handsome, you might be able to pull this off.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
You're not handsome. You're cute.
Oh, I'll take cute.
You're just, well, then shave the mustache. You're even cuter.
Thanks, Bill.
Sure.
Yes, the guy in the chat room just posted a picture of Michael Cera with a mustache.
Oh, yeah, that's
and
bad.
That's kind of the energy that.
Yeah, I've seen that picture.
What else could I bring to the table to make the mustache work? Tattoos are hip. I'm looking to get a tattoo.
Why don't you tattoo a mustache on your
face?
On your face.
Yeah?
Yeah, do that.
No, people are bringing up Nick Offerman. Yes, Nick Offerman looks good with a mustache, but if you've seen him without the mustache,
he looks great.
He's even more handsome.
You think? I think he looks better.
Yeah. Duran. Come Undone is the name of the song. All right, let's see. It's time for the easiest contest that we have, the Boner Recap.
Is it still the Fat Jack's Burger Emporium?
Nope.
What is it then?
It's the Blue October Boner Recap. They're
All
coming
right.
to the Union on November 24th. You can find out more about that show at x96.com.
And who do we have here who will undoubtedly win Blue October tickets?
Nick.
Nick or Mick?
Nick.
Nick. Hi, Nick.
Nicole.
Hi,
Hi.
that is me.
Nice to hear from you. Are you ready to play the game?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to read the boner candidates. You tell me which one was the winner. You're going to go see Blue October just like that. Number one was because of a dog emergency. That's why the NBA rookie said he was speeding at 140 miles an hour. He had to get home to see his dog who was sick. Oh, he's a Minnesota Vikings, excuse me, not an NBA, a Minnesota Vikings rookie. Got to get home to see my dog. My dog is sick, 140 miles an hour. Sorry, sir.
He
no.
really loves his dog.
Yes, he did. Number two, well, we didn't dump it in the river. The owners of a sewage company in southern central Utah arrested for dumping sewage, raw sewage, near a Utah river. Well, we didn't dump it in the river. And boner candidate number three, do not release the dog, do not release the dog. This was in Ohio. A state trooper can be heard saying that over and over again. There's a suspect standing there. They've been on a chase, and he's exited the vehicle. His hands are in the air. The cop says to the canine handler, "Don't release the dog. His hands are in the air. His hand. Don't release the dog anyway." And it attacked the guy.
Yep.
And then you can hear the trooper yelling, "Get the dog off of him! Get the dog off of him!" Fortunately, he was not severely injured, but not good certainly. All right, Nick, which one was the winner?
Well, despite all of the early voting, it would be number three.
It's number three is correct.
Yes.
Congratulations, Nick. You like Blue October, don't you?
I love Blue October.
Well, then-
and my wife will be wonderful because I haven't bought tickets yet.
Good. All right. Hang on the line, and somebody will tell you what you need to do next.
Hang on. All right, there we go. Like it when a fan of the band wins the tickets.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is there anything else that's going on we need to address?
It's not. It's.
We got about 2-3 minutes here.
It's not a commercial, but man, I like that Subaru Outback. God, I like that car.
What color is it?
It's really not a very. It's in sort of an industrial looking.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out.
It's
the
like
color.
green, like a dark green. It's supposed to look tough, I think.
Do you feel tough driving it?
I feel really comfortable. It's got all the bells and whistles.
Because we have this story about psychologists say what your car color is says something about your personality.
Well, I didn't choose the color. They just Mark Miller Subaru just gave it to me.
And I read that headline and I went, well, I took what was available.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
Well, green is for people that like harmony and balance. Is that you, Bill? Do you like harmony and balance?
What? No. Huh? Me? Yeah.
You like the environment?
What?
You're environmentally friendly,
Yeah.
Bill Allred?
You bet. I love the environment.
Carry white? Your car is white?
Well,
two white cars, actually.
In this case, we purposely picked our white cars.
That's
in this.
That's a smart move.
I
really.
picked my white car because I wanted to make it look like one of the shuttles from Star Trek, and then Sue picked the white for this one.
So white means purity and optimism, which are two things I think of when I think of you and your wife, is purity and
optimism.
Optimism.
You know, you really should have a white car because it doesn't show the dirt as. You have a black car.
Oh, is that right?
You can always tell it it's dirty.
It says white is considered fresh and modern. Choosing a white car may suggest a forward-thinking, innovative spirit. That makes more sense.
Okay.
Guys.
And again, I have never chosen the color of a car I bought.
What do you mean you have never chosen the color?
I have never chosen the color. I just what's available.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
If you could get a new car and pick the color.
I'd make it silver every time. Silver.
My car's gray, silver, which this makes sense. Gray is a symbol of practicality and responsibility.
What are you suggesting that that's you?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you suggesting that it isn't?
Well, I think you have an overblown sense of responsibility.
Probably.
A way overblown sense of responsibility.
Dawson is asking about blue.
Calmness and stability.
Calmness and stability.
Dawson's pretty calm, I think.
Seems to be, yeah.
Red, energy and passion.
I have a red car as well.
Do you have energy and passion?
Not so much.
Black, elegance and power.
Elegance?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay.
And you have to wash it every day.
But when it's clean, nothing looks better than a black car.
Yeah, they look great, but I mean, really.
It only looks good for 20 minutes.
Exactly, yeah.
Yellow and orange, optimism and creativity. There aren't very many yellow and orange.
You don't see yellow
Not too much
anymore.
It's for someone that has a cheerful, sunny disposition and a creative spirit.
I kind of agree with this. Somebody
Yeah.
says car colors are mostly boring now. I mean,
There are not as many options as.
they're not as many options.
It's a surprise to see like a yellow car.
Yeah, they're not as bright colors. They're just,
Yeah.
you just don't see that.
I mean, that Subaru Outback, and again, it's a terrific car, the Wilderness package. It's just this, it's almost like army green. It's really kind of a drab.
Well, so you can be in the wilderness and blend in with the scenery.
I guess.
But then you might lose your car.
Where's my car?
No, this car will not let you lose it.
It won't let you?
No, there's a feature on this car. It says birthday list. You can put people's birthdays in there, and the car will remind you about birthdays coming up. You can put like 10 names in there. It's just
Michael, it's Zeus's birthday today.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just bizarre.
Wild. Okay. All right, we will take a break. We will be back with leftover big boy news coming up after these. Stand by. Haster Games. You can go to HasterGames.com, but I really think you ought to go to their location at 6831 South State Street. And why? Well, you need to see all of the games that they have. You need to see what they have in stock. They've got a lot, always. I mean, Haster has it. That's their slogan. So if you're into the tabletop role-playing games, the Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons & Dragons, miniatures, dice, and more, they've got you taken care of. The heat wave is here. Stay inside where it's cool and play a great board game. Well, they also have a large selection of traditional family games as well, but they specialize in the role-playing. Haster Summer Sale in full swing. All board games are currently 10% off, with all games costing $100 or more being bumped to 15% off. And so now's the perfect time to get that one that you've had your eye on. Get it. Warhammer 40K 10th edition core rule book is now available. This book features a swath of Warhammer lore, beautiful artwork, fantastic miniature showcases, all the rules you'll need to play the new edition. Haster has rule cards for the 10th edition missions available, so get started with this new edition of Warhammer 40K. Haster has it. Go and see them and say hi to Cthulhu Bob for me. 6831 South State.
The best time to...
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on 3rd South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up her mic.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this.
bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort
the
of?
bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
It was
biker and?
Well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it,
it was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI
It was
guy?
a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and came
back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. All that news that you have gathered throughout the morning before the show even started.
I can barely see Bill behind the stacks of news.
Stacks and
That's
stacks
by design.
of news.
You're hiding?
Yes.
That he has curated, carefully cut out, using his very special scissors.
That's right. Let's just get to it, okay?
All right. News brought to you by.
Blast into summer with Clark Planetarium annual membership starting at just $35. You're sure to fill your summer with out-of-this-world experiences that are a blast for all ages. Go to clarkplanetarium.org for more information.
This from MSNBC. A local leader of the NAACP is responding to comments made last Friday, and that is local leader here in Utah, by presidential candidate and Florida Governor Ron DeSanctimonious during a campaign stop in Utah. DeSantis was asked by reporters about new curriculum materials in Florida on teaching slavery. The candidate defended the materials, calling them the most robust standards in African-American history probably anywhere in the country.
Nope.
But DeSantis also pointed out he wasn't involved in drafting one part of the instructional guidelines.
I didn't do it.
That note how slaves developed skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Quote, I think that they're probably going to show some of the folks that eventually parlayed being a blacksmith into doing things later in life, DeSantis
Being a slave
said.
was handy for things in my later
But the
life.
reality is all that is rooted in whatever is factual. Over the weekend, House Democrats issued a statement blasting the candidate's remarks. On Monday, Janetta Williams, president of the Salt Lake branch of the NAACP, told Channel 2 she did not agree with anything DeSantis said. It wasn't a benefit to slaves at the time, Williams said. For people to just want to erase history is a total disgrace to this history and my ancestors. Williams recounted the brutality slaves lived under, the oppression black people faced following that era. She said she wants Republican lawmakers who stood with DeSantis on Friday to denounce his comments. It's one thing to go and say we're going to support him, but it's another thing to go and say, well, we support his language and what he's doing and how he's dividing the country. He's not bringing the country together at all whatsoever, she said. One of the lawmakers who appeared with DeSantis, Senator John Johnson, Republican of North Ogden, told Channel 2 News Monday, I abhor the idea that slaves benefited from slavery. When asked if that impacted his support of DeSantis for president, he didn't respond at all.
Because that would, contradict.
CBS News recently reported that 2 members of the group that wrote Florida's curriculum proudly stand behind the language used in the lessons, which are intended to show that some slaves developed highly specialized trades from which they benefited.
We did them a favor by making them slaves.
It's just ridiculous. And all those people standing behind him, just nodding and,
laughing.
And you saw Todd Weiler giggling at one point. He's so excited that he was there.
It makes me sad.
One morning this fall, as the sun rises over the Wasatch and Oquirrh Mountains, the NASA spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, or RE-X perhaps, will jettison a capsule that it has hauled across space for 7 years towards Earth.
Is Superman in it?
That capsule, its destination is Utah.
What?
The capsule, not much larger than a truck tire, is carrying what NASA officials hope will be the first U.S. sample taken from the surface of an asteroid. Entering the Earth's atmosphere somewhere off the coast of California, the capsule will hurtle east toward Utah's northwest desert. The journey from the surface of asteroid Bennu will have been 200 million miles, NASA says, with the flight lasting more than 2 years. If a drogue, I don't know what a drogue parachute is, used like a brake, I guess that's what it is, used like a brake to slow the capsule down, and later a 24-foot main chute deploys, the capsule and asteroid sample will make a soft landing in the sand and scrub inside the military training range of Dugway Proving Ground on the morning of September 24th. This is amazing. All of this, NASA officials say, will take 13 minutes, give or take 60 seconds. After about 20 years of planning and 7 years of out and back space travel, NASA told members of the Utah media Thursday it's only after these final 780 seconds will they know if it's been a successful mission. An asteroid sample delivered to the Utah desert.
Interesting.
Isn't that amazing? I was going to make him a boner candidate, but he's just a turd.
Who?
Elon Musk.
Ugh.
He's changing
Twitter?
Twitter to X.
It's already happened.
It's on, not on your phone yet, but on the desktop.
If you're, on your desktop.
Rebranded,
Although it still says tweet.
A word that, this became part of our vocabulary.
Yeah.
You tweet things. You don't X things.
You can't pay for that kind of stuff.
X things means getting rid of things.
Yes.
So how is that going to...
The company's logo will, I guess it'll still be called Twitter, but there'll be an X there, and there's no bird anymore. As of Monday morning, X's twitter.com URL remains functional. You can also go to x.com to access the site. Elon Musk said over the weekend the change was coming, and soon we will bid adieu to the Twitter brand, and gradually all the birds, Musk tweeted. Because, you take something that has great name recognition and you destroy it. By the way, he wanted to do the same thing when he went to PayPal, apparently.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they wouldn't let him do it.
Kicked him out.
He wanted to call it x.com instead of PayPal.
I mean, why
PayPal.
not start something different?
Because this is what he does, is he takes people's ideas and then brands them so that he gets the credit.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't.
That's what
he
he
didn't
does.
create Tesla.
No.
Okay, get ready for this.
All right.
If she could churn back time,
please
Cher.
don't.
I'm just reading what it says here. If she could churn back time, Cher likely would have launched her new endeavor sooner. On Sunday, Cher announced in an Instagram post that she will be launching her own line of gelato. This is real, she assured her fans. The Believe singer posted a short video to Instagram showing off a bright orange and pink ice cream truck featuring black and white photos of herself enjoying a cone. The brand's name will be Cherlato.
Cherlato.
Instead of gelato, it's Cherlato. Featured on the site in big, bright blue letters. Yes, this is real. I'm launching my gelato. Watch out, L.A., she teased.
Why?
I mean, I love gelato. I love gelato, but I don't know.
But do you love Cher?
Well, I don't love her. I like her fine.
If you love her, maybe you'll buy her.
She's a very talented singer. I don't think of her when I think of
gelato?
Frozen desserts.
Well, look at that picture and then think of her. Now think of her with.
Does it say what the flavors are?
Yeah, this is what we want to know.
New Steely Dan vault track is resurfaced. Thanks to Steely Dan's longtime engineer Roger Nichols. The newly discovered track is a short jingle that was made for the beer company Schlitz during the 8-month gap between Can't Buy a Thrill and Countdown to Ecstasy. So apparently it's a commercial jingle. This is according to editor and writer Jake Malouly's expanding expanding Dan Substack. Is this it?
No. No, it's not. It's not here.
Features original interviews and oral histories and audio stories from Steely Dan. It was soon after Reelin' in the Years that somebody called and asked if the guys would write a song for Schlitz. And as I remember, Don Fagan said, "Okay, but we need to write it," by which he meant they didn't want to do a commercial for that somebody else wrote. I'd like to hear it. I think it's available. Yeah, it is.
I'm not seeing it.
Can't Buy a Beer.
Can't Buy a Beer?
That doesn't make you want
on
to
YouTube.
get a beer?
It's just a takeoff on Can't Buy a Thrill.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, it's coming up Can't Buy a Thrill, but I can't buy a beer. All right, I'll look.
Here's some suggested share gelato flavors.
Okay.
Ginseng Tramps and Thieves.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
If I could turn back lime.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in life after rum?
If she doesn't do this, this is a missed opportunity, Cher.
No? Well, these are just suggestions. She hasn't announced the flavors yet.
She probably will.
Weather?
Oh, so today is 97, and that sounds hot, but it's not as hot as it's getting, I'm afraid. Coolest day of the next 7 as far as I can see. Slight chance of showers later this afternoon. Overnight low 72. Tomorrow 99, and then by Thursday on, we're 100 and 100 plus for the foreseeable future.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Short break. I do have TV for the week from Bill Frost. He emailed it to me.
And I have I have 25, the top 25 TV shows of all time. Who
says who?
I think it's Variety. I'll find it.
They're all the ones that you suspect.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty straight ahead.
But coming up, we'll talk
Okay.
TV. Stand by.
Yeah, I enjoyed that class.
You did you?
Yeah, well, that's nice. Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a great
I thought it was a
time.
grand waste of time. I'll
Yes,
be quite
see?
honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that.
Carrie,
It's just, while I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's
usually.
that true. That's true.
Speak to schools.
You see the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. Although when he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
You know, and he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't
That's
need.
all.
Look,
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
That's why he's not allowed. Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested, that's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5.
That's good.
All right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we were
She
doing.
was.
She
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn.
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
No, I'm
Not as
I don't want to work with those guys.
not her partner Pickle, of course, but
It was Pickle and the turd bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I
I
was
heard
told.
he was laying on the floor of the break room.
You know, so and again,
Crying.
if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your
we see-
job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
Already, we started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So, mission accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City. You know,
happened.
some good has happened.
And you know, think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be
He'll
good
be the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be. Mm, 9:35. All right.
TV?
Bill Frost usually here on Monday to tell us what's on TV this week. And since we weren't here Monday, he emailed this to me.
Okay.
Some picks for the week, July 24th through the 30th. Yesterday, Futurama season 11.
Oh, it
watched
finally
it.
debuted.
I did watch it on Hulu.
It was pretty good.
Yeah. First episode, The Impossible Stream, finds Fry on the edge of insanity as he tries to binge watch every TV show ever made. Just something that Bill Frost can relate to. Well, then we jump all the way to Thursday. On Thursday, season 4 premiere of Harley Quinn on Max. The end of season 3 saw Harley joining up with the Bat family to become a crime fighter, which you'd think would sour her relationship with her villain girlfriend, Poison Ivy, who is the new CEO of the Legion of Doom. Oh, that sounds like a problematic relationship. But anyway, so that's on.
That's animated, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
and not for kids at all.
Did
No.
you see the crossover episode, Strange New Worlds?
Yes, I did.
And Lower Decks.
Mhm.
I thought it was excellent.
Yes. Twisted Metal on Peacock.
Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal video game. It's almost 30 years old.
Okay.
But it was enjoyed by many people, and so the plot of this TV series is Anthony Mackie is a delivery driver who operates between walled-off post-apocalyptic cities while evading motorized maniacs and thieves. It's based on the video game. I'm hearing good things. All 10 episodes drop on July 27th, so you can just binge it on your Peacock there. Happiness for Beginners, a Netflix movie premiere. Recently divorced schoolteacher Helen, that's Ellie Kemper from Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, joins an oddball amateur survivalist camping group to break out of her unadventurous shell, where she meets the hunky Jake, played by hunky Luke Grimes from Yellowstone.
Oh, isn't he?
Will she learn to love again? So there you go. Friday, season 2 premiere of Good Omens.
Oh.
And that will be on your Prime Video.
That's it's based on not on anything that.
Well,
it's not anything they wrote.
Well,
or-
the first season was based on the book that Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett teamed up on. Neil says that he and Terry sat around one night and spitballed ideas for another book,
so they had discussed these things.
and that's what these are. They never got around because Terry died. So it's a season 2.
Okay.
Heels.
Season 1 was good.
Yeah. Heels season 2.
Hills.
Yeah, if you're in Utah, it's Hills. Pro wrestling drama Heels debuted in 2019. After a 2-year hiatus, it's back. Heels centers on Georgia brothers Jack and Ace. That's Stephen Amell from Arrow and Alexander Ludwig from Vikings. Heirs to their late father's indie wrestling promotion.
Oh, so they own the league, the different wrestlers,
and that's on Stars.
And therein lies the drama.
Hidden Strike, Netflix movie premiere on Friday. Former Special Forces soldiers never become insurance agents or landscapers. They always go back into mercenary work. The movies say so, according to Bill Frost. Hidden Strike ex-Special Forces soldiers John Cena and Jackie Chan lead a desperate team of mercenaries on a mission to transport Chinese oil refinery workers across Baghdad's highway of death.
But is it funny?
With those two,
You would think.
you
It's
would
got to
think.
be, right?
I would hope.
John Cena is in Barbie.
He is.
Then on Sunday, July 30th, Dark Winds, Season 2. This is the adaptation of the Lee Porm and Chi crime noir novels. It's
Who's in it?
It's Zahn McClarnon. He's still with the Navajo Tribal Police.
Yeah, you'll recognize him.
Yeah.
He always has a long braid.
You'll always see him, yeah. It's a period piece, 1971, Monument Valley.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Season 2.
I think Reservation Dogs is coming back soon.
Yeah, I saw.
as well.
Oh, and who did I see?
Because he's in that as well.
Lead singer of Incubus. Why can't I think of his name?
Lead singer of Incubus is going to be on it?
Yes. Neither of you are going to help me with that.
No, I'm not.
Why is he? Is he on it as a?
I just saw a clip for the show, and they said, "Look, we've got Jesus," because he looks like Jesus and he's dressed like Jesus.
Okay.
Why can't I think of his name?
And then on Sunday, July 30th, it is Metal Monsters: The Righteous Redeemer. This is an HBO Max special. Now, in order to understand this, you have to have been watching this season of The Righteous Gemstones on Max.
Brandon Boyd, sorry.
Thank you. Because you know that the the third season's introduced the show's loudest character yet, the Redeemer, a menacing monster truck of holy proportions. So this special is a documentary about how they built the Redeemer in Delaware for this TV show. So, all right, I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what is on this week, according to Bill Frost. What were the best shows?
Oh, let's see. This is from Rotten Tomatoes. The best TV shows of the last 25 years. And they went through and compiled all their, and it's what you would expect, but
Are there surprises on there anywhere?
maybe a little. Breaking Bad, The Sopranos, The Wire, Mad Men, Succession, The Leftovers.
I thought it was good.
No, I did too, but it was kind of just it was kind of a one-off, or there were two seasons,
It was
I guess.
three.
Were there three?
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, Twin Peaks: The Return.
No.
I wouldn't have put that on there.
No.
At all. Lost.
Really?
What? You were surprised by that?
It petered out.
It was a huge. It was a phenomenon.
Yeah, but it
was huge. 6 Feet Under, Fleabag, Ted Lasso, Better Call Saul, BoJack Horseman, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Hatlanta, Stranger Things, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, the U.S. version of The Office, The West Wing, The Americans, Parks and Recreation, Arrested Development, Watchmen made it, and this one I thought was an interesting 25, Chernobyl.
Oh, Chernobyl is great.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but I find it interesting
odd,
that they have, because Watchmen wasn't a series, wasn't it a limited run?
Well, it was a one series.
season
Yeah,
series.
I mean, they
limited series.
That's same with Chernobyl, so you would think those would be in a different category. But
I guess you could call them series, even though it's one season. Because there was, I mean, not so with Chernobyl, but there was always the option to have season 2 of Watchmen.
Now, they did the same thing with movies, and there's some weird stuff on here that I don't understand.
of the last 25 years
Yeah.
with that parameter?
Yeah. It's the same, it's Rotten Tomatoes. Mad Max Fury Road, okay, that's fine. Mulholland Drive.
Eh,
How did that get on there?
Yeah.
Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I don't even know what that is.
it's
In the
it's
Mood
a
for Love.
Period lesbian movie.
In the Mood for Love. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Pan's Labyrinth. Okay. The Matrix. No Country for Old Men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get Out,
Mm-hmm.
Moonlight, Everything Everywhere All at Once,
Yeah.
which was just great. Whiplash.
J. Jonah Jameson drum movie.
That one, yeah.
He's pretty damn good in that.
Yeah.
The Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
I don't know. I probably would have picked a different
Tarantino?
Yeah. The Tree of Life, which I never did
Never
see.
saw
It's
that.
supposed to be great. Black Panther.
Great.
And Arrival, which is an
That's
absolutely terrific.
Yeah, it was the space aliens.
Yeah, space alien movie with what's his, Jeremy Renner and
redhead or girl.
Lois Lane.
Amy Adams.
Amy Adams, thank you.
Yeah, if you've not seen that, it's great. Directed by Denis Villeneuve, who's doing Dune.
Yeah, he's doing the Dune movies.
And but Arrival is just incredibly good.
Well, we will take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits. Stand by.
I was well. This is a list essentially, Kerry. It's 20 employees in different industries sharing inside secrets of their industry. Some things that you may not know.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
So, for instance, if somebody asked you, what's an inside secret about radio that people may not know and would be surprised to hear?
Inside secret.
I thought of one.
You did?
Yeah.
What is it?
Radio stations do not play requests.
That's not true.
Yes, it's absolutely true. When you call and request a song, they'll say, thanks, we'll try to get that on for you. And then maybe your song will come up in the rotation, but they don't go out of their way to play a request
I
for
have
you.
played requests. I used to do it all the time.
In general, Gina.
I've got a better one.
In general.
All right, here's a better one about radio.
Yeah.
90% of the time, the person that you're hearing is not actually in the studio live.
Yeah.
That's pre-recorded.
But not now. We're here now.
We're here now because I just made a mistake.
Well, wait, unless you're...
Hold up a newspaper.
Unless you're hearing this later than right now,
yeah.
and then it is recorded.
So here are
But
some people in various industries revealing secrets. Some of them you'll go, oh yeah, I kind of knew that.
Okay.
So here's somebody who worked at a call center. If you call a call center of any kind and the person you're talking to puts you on hold with no hold music, that they can hear everything you're saying. So if you're saying things
like bad about them.
I worked in
I can't believe this idiot.
I worked in an insurance call center when I was really young. I had so many people accidentally confess to insurance fraud that way.
You believe these jerks?
Here's somebody who worked in a law office. Attorneys can really only remember the details about 20 to 40 cases at a time. So if you call your attorney after about a month or two, depending on the firm and how busy they are, they likely have completely forgot you and what happened to you. And they're working off a set of notes to pretend that they have any clue as to who you are, especially if you've only interacted with them on the phone. There's a good reason celebrities always look great whenever they, the clothes they wear.
Because they're not like you or I?
Well, it's because the clothing, every bit of clothing they wear usually is tailored for them. Shoppers, we just buy stuff off the rack, but even T-shirts, they have their T-shirts tailored. If you're wondering what's taking me so long to process your loan application, said a guy who works in the mortgage business, it's because I forgot about it. That's why. That's what's taking me so long. The automotive industry.
Okay.
Never buy the first year of any new model car.
Really?
Yeah, now I've heard that before too.
Yeah.
Because
they're working out the bugs.
Yeah, there might be bugs in it. Let's see. The urine pregnancy test that you take at the doctor's office.
Yes.
It's exactly the same test that you can buy at the Dollar Tree.
Oh, okay.
How about, let's see.
Somebody just said that this is a good topic for an X poll. We should save it for.
This is good. In the United States, movie theaters spend more money on the bags for popcorn than on the popcorn
Yeah,
itself.
that makes sense.
The bags cost more than the popcorn. Let's see. There's a couple of other good ones here. That's not a good one. In real estate, open houses are primarily to get more leads and clients for the agents hosting the open house, not to get your house sold. So,
It's for nosy neighbors to come look at your house. That's what it's for.
and this person says, all I can say is wash the tops of your canned goods before opening them. For the love of God, do it. Said this person.
I used to crack open a soda and drink it right out of the can. I don't anymore.
Yeah, you shouldn't. And you know what you also you shouldn't do, and I do all the time, is if you have an orange or a lemon or like you're going to cut up a lemon, you should wash the outside of it
Because
off.
once you put the knife through it, it pushes whatever was on the outside down through.
I forget to do it all the time. This is gross. I worked in a shipping warehouse for a popular lingerie chain.
Okay.
I processed returns. We were trained to use tape to extract pubic hairs from the underwear that was sent back and then repack it as new.
No, repackaging new underwear.
I quit after 2 months. It was not for me. So there's underwear that had been tried on and then returned to the company.
No returning underwear.
Well, they do.
Yeah.
They do. That's not a good one. I'm trying to see if this is when you shop at Walmart, you'll sometimes hear the announcement saying security cameras to zone 6 or some other number. You'll just hear this announcement. What they're doing is they just play those randomly in the hopes that someone who might be stealing will get paranoid, thinking that they're being watched, and will decide not to shoplift. So it's just to make potential shoplifters paranoid.
So go ahead and shoplift?
Yeah,
Is
go
that what
ahead.
you're saying?
It's fine. They probably won't catch you. Let's see. I think that's all of them. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Is that good?
Oh, there's the tourism industry. One more. Look up when peak season is for the destination you're looking at going. So there are usually cheaper rates at the beginning of the season and the end of the season.
Okay.
You should really try and get the beginning of the season, though, because by the end of the season, even though the rates may be cheaper, the people who work at these various, hotels and whatever, are so ragged and tired that you just don't get as good a service at the end of the season.
Okay.
All right. Well, there you go.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Nirvana, but you knew that. All right, 9:52. We've got a few minutes here.
Have we got any much left to do in the week? Is it
We
almost
just
over?
started.
Oh. I guess. Yeah, you're right.
You're done already?
I was just. I was just hoping we had just one more day, and then we could go on vacation or something.
Again?
Yeah.
I mean, summer is almost over. I was talking with my kids last night. Like there's not much summer left before school starts.
Do you have this? This is the talk I have with them. Summer's almost over. Are you happy? We haven't done anything. Why don't you get out of the house on occasion, huh?
No, they do. I mean, Mohammed hasn't been home at all. He's at camp and he was,
there's his stamp collection.
He's went to Yellowstone last week. Yeah, he's always gone and doing.
Did he hitch?
Did he? Yeah, he hitched a ride. No, he went. He said, "I'm going to a friend's cabin and we're going surfing." And I said, "You're what?"
Mm-hmm.
There's water skiing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are surf boats that create
A big
this
wake.
giant wake.
Yeah.
And you surf on it. You get up like in water skiing. You hold on to the cable and you get up, but then you let go, and you surf on the
Mhm.
wake.
Perfect thing to do in pristine wilderness area like Yellowstone.
I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah.
I can't quite.
I've seen people do it.
I mean,
Or videos of
I've
it.
seen where it's like on a cruise ship, but it's like more like a ride kind of thing. It's
Yeah,
not.
no, this is-
no boat is involved.
This is behind the boat.
They've got one of those in Ogden.
And I asked him, like, is the surfboard like attached to you? Like, because
a snowboard?
Yeah, and he said no. So like when you fall, it just
The board flies up.
board flies up.
and could hit someone. Okay.
More things I'm never going to do.
But listen, if we started a list now, we would never finish by the end of our
You're not
contract.
going to do that either.
Well, no, not now.
Did you ever water ski?
Yeah, not very well. And I
Did you go down to Powell?
I also tried barefoot skiing.
Oh,
too.
yeah?
Yeah, that was.
How'd
really
that work?
Not very well.
Was it out to Willard or down to Powell?
I think it was up to Rockport, and I
Oh.
tried to water ski. First time I tried to water ski at Pineview years ago, and then I tried it again at Powell, down to Powell.
Down to
but not very good at it.
Okay, so it's wake surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm seeing a picture of how it's done now.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean it's essentially you're just
But you let go. You're not,
Yeah, you
water
don't have
skiing,
the-
you're holding on to the thing the
you
whole
don't
time.
have the rope. I can't imagine that you'd be able to do it long.
Well, as long as the boat can
Yeah.
create that wake for you.
That's the tricky part.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do the promo and crawl out of here.
Okay. So what's the matter with you?
I'm disappointed in Things That Must Go.
I'll have you know, Things That Must Go is a beloved feature here on the Radio from Hell show.
I know, and it's usually such a reliable way to get rid of things.
Okay, what's the one thing you wanted to go that didn't go?
Fireworks, where they ain't supposed to be. This has been addressed time and time again, and they have not gone.
Well, we'll get it this time. You just have to believe.
Send us your things that must go to radiofromhell@x96.com. Do it today.
I was entirely too optimistic.
Sorry.
Yeah, you shouldn't write up. You should not write things that make me look nice.
Okay.
And don't write things that make Carrie seem optimistic.
Okay. That's just we good? Got all business taken care of? Fine job as always, Katie. Welcome back. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Brandon Boyd is Sexy Jesus.
All right. Marcy is next.
These are the songs that built